Oh no, I haven't got enough USB ports. I think I'm going to give up on the mouse. Oh, that one, yes. Just can't lose that. Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to day 6 of the Viva EES inquiries. I'm just getting a bit of feedback on the speakers there. I'll keep going because it's not too bad. Just to let everybody know that we had a fruitful session on cultural heritage on Friday with the Wadawurrung. We do have to deal with the venue for the final day of the hearing. We got a letter from the school on Friday. Mr. Townsend, did you want to respond to that? Okay.
Can we get some instructions in the morning and perhaps just straight after lunch do it?
Yes. Thanks. Now, in terms of today's running order, we're expecting modelling evidence from Dr. Yates and Dr. Gard. We've got a presentation from Dr. Yates. We don't have a presentation from Dr. Gard. We assume he's not intending to present anything in writing.
No, he's not. That's correct.
We will need some assistance with screen sharing with our questions to the experts. Dr. Briscoe has a number of questions that are really best put around an image on the screen. They're all from Technical Appendix A or Dr. Yates's evidence statement. So if Ms. Mann is able to help us out with that, we've got all the references ready, and even page numbers, so it should be pretty easy process. One thing we wanted to discuss with the parties was, like we did with the noise experts, some of the questions we have for the modelling experts are the same, like we've got the same questions for both experts. Some of them not. We're just wanting to explore with you whether it would suit to do like we did with the noise evidence. They present their evidence in chief, cross-examination of each witness, and then the IAC holds its questions until the end. In your hands as to...
I think to the contrary, we're in your hands. So okay. That's fine if you want to do it that way.
I agree.
Okay.
And thought it worked well the other day.
All right. I think we might do that then. We are ready then when you... Oh, unless anyone has any preliminary matters that they wanted to raise, and I've obviously forgotten something. Oh, we've got an indication that the school intends cross-examining Dr. Yates and the proponent intends cross-examining Dr. Gard, and we have no cross-examination notice from the EPA for our modelling witnesses.
That is because EPA has no questions for the modelling witnesses. We perhaps should have sent an email to make that explicit, but the implicit message in the lack of email is that we have no questions for today's witnesses.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We will hand over to you, Mr. Townsend.
Perhaps just one follow-up was last week there was a mention of, I think DECA regions were going to send some correspondence about the EMF.
They did.
They did, okay.
I can't off the top of my head remember what document number it was.
Okay, that's fine. We'll find it.
But it is in the bottom bit or the top bit if you saw it from highest number to lowest number.
Yeah, we'll find it. I'm sorry I missed it.
It is there.
All right. Well, shall we proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so as you said, we're turning to effectively the start of the Marine Ecology Week, but with the introduction of evidence again. I know you had it last time around the model. You'll recall it wasn't a witness we expected to be calling in our list, but later on in the lead up to the case, the Geelong Grammar School filed some evidence, so we arranged for Dr. Yates to file a statement, and they've had a conclave, which we'll come to in a moment. We have filed a little outline for today, which you will have received. I'm sorry, I don't know the document number, but it would have been filed late Friday. Thank you. And I'll assume that the members have at least had a glance through it, and I don't intend to read it out. We have set out some relevant documents to it in our paragraph 2 that refer to obviously the chapters in the technical reports, both the original EES and the supplementary EES, but also the technical note 1, document 13, because it attaches effectively 2 drafts of the same document, but the November document being the updated draft or report as it was in its latest iteration as a report into the model itself. And you have that document, and you've got Dr. Gard's work. You've since seen the conclave report. We've also referred to the mitigation measures at D, document 48. Interestingly, for this matter, one of the reasons we're a little bit apart from the need to get into this detail around the model on this occasion is, of course, there's the preparation of the model on the one hand for environmental effects assessments, whether it be in this case for movement of water, or whether it be traffic, or whether it be air, or any range of things we go through, and the model forms an input or a basis to assist with assessment that's broader, but particularly to guide really the work that then applies what can be gleaned from the model to the facts and to predictions and to appropriate mitigations. And of course, it's not, as I see it, as Dr. Gard's stop short of all of that, but you'll see in the conclave, of course, there's a third person, a third wheel, if you like, that you'll hear from through the week with Dr. Wallace, because it's models aren't so much items of perfection. They are guides and tools that help us make judgments, and much of the judgment that falls out of this on the information, of course, emerges through practical measures that have to be taken with the program. So it's a limited aspect, the investigation of the model itself, but nonetheless one we're prepared to further explain given the circumstances of the submission. So in the document we go to the reference then in paragraph 3 to the hydrodynamic model in the original EES, and of course it's to be borne in mind, and now with the benefit of hindsight able to be seen by the committee, that in fact with the further refinement the peer-reviewed modelling for the EES, while it had some identified shortcomings for improvement, has held up pretty well. So this is really a situation where for the second go there's been an iteration, a preparation of a model with independent peer review and findings as they affect plumes, and we're focusing on the dredging phase basically, that appear to demonstrate a pretty good range for estimating likely environmental effects in the vast majority of cases, and to guide rational, good decision making based on that information. So you've really got now a second round that should give some comfort to the first round. You'll hear about in a moment. I'll take you to the Minister's direction and what was actually done. But one of the things that, with fresh eyes, it might be, but coming to reading the IAC report and the Minister's directions, is a gap that I think the committee will ascertain through the balance of the case between what's asserted by the deficiencies described in the submissions by the school, or its standards of what they call best practice or industry standards and these sorts of notions, versus the pretty direct guidance both in the IAC report and in the Minister's directions to how the model might be further refined, which has been carried out to the letter. So we really, I think, as we say in our written submission, have another example here of a really a way the case is put by an objector that is really a characteristic of the way that case seems to be put on marine grounds, that there should be some further other more different other tests to be done, and absent of that, somehow you're unable to make predictions about the likely environmental effects in accordance with your duty under the Act. And it seems to us, with respect, that when you go to the IAC report, and I will, that's not how I read what the IAC was directing last time. I think what the IAC, as I read it, said was, this is a very important base document. There are a number of conclusions that rely on it. There were two identified shortcomings in the making of the model, the tidal interchange and the use of the wind data with sensitivity analysis rather than more direct site wind data, both specifically identified and both now carried out. It didn't read to me as some kind of a condemnation of the model. It read to me like a clear identification of what could be done to provide and make sure it would be a further sound basis for the conclusions that then derived in a number of other places. And I can take you to the words of that. In fact, it might be appropriate to, I wonder, Ms. Mann, rather than people going to it, can you bring up the IAC report where it discusses the model? It's pages 49 in hard copy of the IAC report. But it struck me reading this as absolutely clear that the discussion, have you got that up? Yep. Yep. PDF 69, thanks. That the discussion through that page 49 through 50 and to 51 where the findings and recommendations are, which are that further work should be undertaken to refine the calibration of the regional hydrodynamic model with observed current and tide data, taking into account the factors addressed in Dr. McGowan's evidence, which are described earlier, and the further work, should it be issued, the 4 items then set out on page 52, an exact reference to the discussion on page 49, 50 and 51. It's a very neat explanation of each of effectively what become the 4 things for further work to refine the calibration of the model. And of course, at page 52, those items set out at A to E in terms exactly what the Minister then directed. And so the Minister's direction in our document is set out for you in full at page 4. And I'll be surprised, I think committee will be, if we don't discover that in fact there is agreement that they've been carried out. The wind data is now an integrated wind set, not a sensitivity analysis using Avalon as a sensitivity against Geelong. It's now a calibrated wind set effectively for the site. The horizontal resolution now extends further across the bay where the site is, which gives more of that integrated relationship with the arm, and therefore deals with that issue you dealt with last time about a sea level differential. The vertical resolution is described in more detail, and there's just agreement about that. And then the effects of the FSRU, which I assume to mean on, yes, it'd be on daily currents like other ships in the port must do, but I think there was a reference also to future drainage programs in dredging programs in the conclave report, and so nonetheless, that's all able to be explained by Dr. Yates. And of course, it was peer reviewed, and the peer review, we've summarised the outcome in our paragraph 20 at page 6, that the regional hydrodynamic modelling calibration is sound, and the model reflects observed current and tide data. Have a number of potential discrepancies were identified, and is recommended additional comparisons between modelled and measured data be made in the final report to further quantify the model. And that was undertaken. You've sent that material that can be described for you if you need to through the week. There does seem to be, with any reference to a model of any discipline, in these sorts of matters always residual possibilities for further information or for a paragraph to be further describing something in associated reports. And that's to be expected, that their models are never, I'd suggest, ever complete as such. But they do survive. For a project like this, the model becomes a base model with monitoring, with further use of the model over years or with changes to program. The model can be called up, and of course different information can be built upon and included in the model. So it's of no surprise or no concern in our submission that there will always be other things, and over time might be additions to a model. It's not the question. The question is with what you have and what the model demonstrates for you and for the experts in this case, whether you can get a reasonable grasp on what the in this case, the wind-driven currents effectively are doing to the plumes. The other thing we wanted to say about this, why the use of this model in this case, is the whole focus is on the dredging program, an 8-week program with mitigations on it. So one will always, in using a model in these cases, be mindful of the purpose for which they need to use the model. And it seems that it's a real example of overreach in the case that we understood from the opening submission at least, which is what we have for now, that somehow there's some whole deficiency. You'll hear about the model, you would have heard last time, but you know the model that the hydrodynamic was based on is an existing model applied over time, often in the Port Phillip Bay setting, used by authorities such as EPA in work they do engaged with the water movement in the bay, and a model that is really about calibrating for local conditions in the bay rather than it being some foreign or introduced bespoke model. It's a model that is with which Victorian experts are familiar and which has been used throughout the bay over a period of time. So it seemed to us that if you go to the Minister's directions part of our report, that we're able to show that those things have been done. And at 14 in our written submission, there's a neat summary of those in practice of the modifications, if you like, to the model in response to the directions. I won't read through the balance of that. There's the independent peer review that was where there's no issue as we sit here today. And then there's been a conclave report, and we'll have a better chance to understand where Dr. Gard's headed in his differences, but we don't see them as really being a direct product of a response to the Minister's directions, but more further and other potentially good ideas for in due course, but not going to the guts, as it were, of the model or the purposes you need it for in this case, or the decisions that would be guided by an approval in this case. So we then had some opening remarks, which we did read out, and we did set out, I should say, at paragraph 7, and we point out at 26 that but for the case on behalf of the school, the proponent would not have presented evidence about the detail of the model. It was prepared for the EES originally and subject to discussion and review in that process, pretty deliberate discussion with very, we'd say, clear identified areas for improvement. They were very much the subject of the directions and have been supported through independent peer review. And so we said in some respects, the arguments that remain are characteristic of the case on behalf of the school on this, and also, as you'll hear with Dr. Edmonds over the coming days, that seeks to look for ever more research or certainty of information, but without objective deliberation on what is reasonably necessary for the purposes of predicting likely effects under this Act and for setting appropriate protections, conditions and mitigations, and particularly for what's a limited construction program, the 8-week dredging program. So we took you through that role in our Part A submission. I'm not going to read any of that out, and I won't read through the conclusion. I just thought before I call the expert, though, it might be useful just to screen share. Well, first of all, to say that the reason we say that the committee in this case should have real sufficient comfort that you've got an adequate model to work with, that first of all, it's already been through a process of peer review the first time round and has been found to have not been wildly wrong or undermined by the calibration, but to have been therefore a pretty good model that you dealt with last time. And we disagree that the committee was particularly critical of it last time. Rather, it identified inadequacies that should be responded to and dealt with, which they were. But secondly, that the Minister's directions are quite specific and have been responded to in a very specific way. And thirdly is that the consequence is that confirmation, the point I made, that really you're getting corroboration, everything's headed the same direction in terms of forecasting the general, the usual, the expected conditions in Corio Bay, which is why what falls out of it instead is an argument, what about worst case? What about storms? You know, getting this sort of discussion instead of the assessment being, well, actually, why don't we focus on what's generally going to happen, because then we have mitigations and we have operation procedures. That's the perfect place to be assessing the adequacy of the model, not looking for episodic events or hurricanes or cyclones. And yeah.
The mitigation measures in some ways are designed to deal with those.
Which is my next point.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we and we're going to screen share those, which is exactly the point. So that, and what I'm really getting to is what's the role of the model? It's to inform what decisions you should make. If the model was perfect, you might not have any mitigations. That's not what these processes do. They get the model and get the a very good understanding of how the environment behaves, and then you apply mitigations, protections in case things don't go as predicted, or if you know a particular day things aren't going as the model predicted, or for any range of reasons things are not as generally predicted. And that's why we wanted to share the mitigations in this case, because the mitigations in this matter are anything but just adopting the model outputs. They are designed very much to ensure that on a continual basis based on monitoring, there is constant calibration, if you like, validation of what's occurring in practice with what has been predicted, and to make sure there are checks and balances in place for that what is an 8-week period that could blow out a bit if you get some bad days and you can't operate. You know, might be 10 weeks, but it's a pretty short period of time. And so if we screen share those mitigation measures in document 48, those that really go to the core area of so-called deficiency now in your model about understanding the dredging program, notwithstanding you've got peer-reviewed information that says that the model's fit for purpose and is adequate for predicting these movements of the sediments, you nonetheless have a series of mitigations. Yep. Yep. Of course. How big can you make that, Steph? We can do one. Don't have to have many at once. We can go through them. So I'll ignore I'll start with MEO2. So mitigation measure MEO2 is the first critical mitigation when one looks at, well, how am I applying the model to dredging, because it limits the period of the year within which dredging can occur and avoids the spring season. So there's a pretty strong mitigation already that would, when you understand both how you've used the model and what it's telling you of why it's more than just looking at perfection in the model, but understanding, well, hang on a minute, yeah, they won't be able to dredge in spring. Pretty significant mitigation. There's also a limit on duration of overflow from barges, and you'll see a reference that in the conclave. Not the mitigation measures aren't called up in the conclave report, or as far as I can see, aren't discussed, but there are operational limits on the amount of the period of time the overflow and the backhoes, depending on the size of the backhoe, spilling through the overflow from the barges. There is installation of a silt curtain at MME04. None of these are part of the model, of course. The model ignores mitigations. The model's just to provide base information. There's a silt curtain proposed. There's a difference between Dr. Wallace, he can come back to in evidence, and the wording of that as to where the silt curtain should go and what's practical, but that can be a discrete issue. Nonetheless, there's a curtain. That's not in the model. Then you've got, of course, your baseline turbidity and light attenuation monitoring, and those mitigations you've seen inserted at 5A and with 5 are looking for constant monitoring of sediment plumes with constant, live information, as it were, around what's occurring. So the model has been base information, but it's not relied upon in the sense of saying, therefore, in operation, we just rely on the modelled plume. There are quite specific mitigations that make sure at all times that the predictions and the responses will be hand in hand. Likewise, there's MME06 is concerned with a similar issue, but out at the Point Wilson ground. There is then monitoring, as you know, for plankton and seawater intake and the like. It just seems to us that one of the reasons why when one gets to the EES, it's important when preparing the work that there's a model. It's important to peer review, but the assessment that the committee looks at is a bit more global than that. It's having to understand, well, what was the model actually informing by the time I'm predicting the effect and advising the minister on whether there's an adequate prediction and whether there are adequate mitigations and safeguards in place. That's the broader question. And no model is going to get you to that whole answer. They're just going to be able to show you what could or could not might be added to a model. So we thought it was important to, although they'll become perhaps more apparent through the week with Dr. Wallace explaining it, because that's where the operations side comes in, and those judgments, they're not so much pure modelling as reading the model and then making sure operations are well advised. But nonetheless, we thought you should see it today, because singling out the model per se, you'd need to find, it seems to me, a giant cannonball through the heart of the model to, in this case, come to some conclusion that it in itself is some deficient tool that you can't make reasonable judgments from, to have guided these sediment plumes, which in fact are pretty similar. There is a difference because of the improved wind assessment, but it's pretty similar in our submission to what you dealt with on the first occasion. So in doing that, I will go to the evidence of Dr. Yates. I've asked Dr. Yates, he's got some slides in, he knows he's got 30 minutes, but I've asked him to sort of look at it as, in part, briefly sort of refresher, because you heard from him last time, but then to try and explain particularly the wind, the additions to the model, or the changes to the model post since you saw you last time, and then to go to where the differences seem to be in the coming out of the conclave. So if that's all right with you, I'll move to Dr. Yates. Dr. Yates, can I just start by checking that you've got some documents I should have asked you to have, a copy of your witness statement, and in a moment the slides that you'll be going to. And do you have, should you be asked any questions, do you have your original report that you'd written in the matter able to be pulled up, or the November version, I suspect? Okay. And the technical report, technical A on the marine ecology, in case there's anything there you need to go to?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll proceed to introduce you first of all, before we go to that those slides. You give your full name as Dr. Peter Stafford Yates.
Correct.
And are you an employee or a director of Hydronumerics?
Director.
The director of Hydronumerics Proprietary Limited. You've given a post office box. What is the address of that organisation?
That's our post office address. Currently working from home since
You
COVID.
work from home, and so okay, we'll use it as a work from home, but you give your.
Could I ask Dr.
email
Yates
address.
to speak up a bit?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Is that
It's on. Is that better?
It'll be on if you get,
Yeah, sorry.
just as long as you're close enough to it, you'll be right.
Yep.
All right. Now, you've set out your qualifications and experience in preparing numeric models of mixing in stratified waters and other waters, and that you've been a director of this company since 2010. I'm also aware that you gave evidence on the last occasion.
That's correct.
Before most of the committee members. So on that basis, I'm going to ask you, in terms of the further work that's been done, were you responsible for the work on the model in response to the Minister's directions?
Correct.
Yeah. And therefore the report that is attached to a technical note that's being filed is your work?
That's correct.
And the witness statement that you have before you and dated 5th December 2024, is that a document you've prepared yourself?
Correct.
Yeah. And are there any corrections or qualifications that you need to make to that report, because you won't be reading it out today?
Yeah, the corrections are just to some of the formulae in the notes at the end of the report.
Okay. Again, we just speak up a little, perhaps rather
Sorry.
than in. No, I think if you project your voice rather than worry
Okay.
about the microphone.
Yes, there's
Yep.
some corrections to the formulae in the
Is
back of the
there-
report.
Are they, when, did you, I think you had set those somewhere, but maybe it's just that I saw them, but do you want to take us to them now?
Yes. Do you want me to share the witness statement on the screen?
Yeah, is there much to this? Is there?
No,
any-
no, I can just point them out.
Just point them out. I think particularly if they're of a minor nature.
Just in the description under additional information on the wave-induced bed shear stress.
Is this page, do you have a page? they're
Sorry,
not
I don't have a
paying.
page under 3.1.
Yep. 3.1, yes, wind wave induced bed stress calculation
Yep.
and model.
There is a formula at the end.
Yep.
That should introduce a drag coefficient
Right.
into that formula.
Sorry, Dr. Yates, could we just have, it's just hard to search for paragraph numbers. It's easier to search for page numbers. 8.
PDF
Thank
8.
you.
And so are we going to the actual formula here, are we?
To the formula under 3.1,
Yeah.
the last term of that formula, there should be a CD, which is drag coefficient, in front of the pi symbol.
CD.
That's correct, drag coefficient.
Okay.
And the reading should be U star W rather than U star C, referring to wave-induced stress.
All right. So CD U star W instead of U.
It should read U star W equals CD times that formula that's given.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
The only other thing is a reference to U star C on the previous page. Should read U star W.
I'll just find exactly where that is for me, if no one else.
Just before the last formula on the page that notes
Yes.
3.1.
Yes.
So the typo error is in there.
Now, are they typos, or do they affect actual assessments or calculations?
No, it wouldn't affect the calculations that have been made. They're typos in translating it into the document.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No.
All right. So with those corrections, do you adopt that report as being factually true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
And the opinions expressed, opinions that you honestly hold?
Yes.
All right. So you've now prepared some slides for today, a PowerPoint to walk through. I'm going to ask first of all if we can just see that that's showing on screen and that the slides are as big as they can be.
Can everyone see that?
No.
Not yet.
No? Okay. Try again.
Okay, we've got that now, but you might want to put it in presentation mode.
Yes.
Great.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
All right. Well, I think we're in your hands, Dr. Yates. If you could just walk us through those slides. You don't need to take us to the title or the introduction. You can, and I don't think you need us to read through the contents page over. So if we go about 4 slides down, you might start with what I think was your refresher, if you like. Is that, yep, and off you go.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Thank you to the panel for listening to me today. The first slide I wanted to walk through was what was done for the original EES study and why we used the model we did and the way we applied it. So the first thing to note is that the model includes the major features that are required for simulating this type of domain, and that enabled us to answer questions around the thermal plumes, around the chlorine plumes, the particle entrainment, and around the potential dredge plumes. So we were satisfied that the model had the tools required to make this assessment. And above that, it was also been applied previously in Port Phillip Bay for projects with Melbourne Water and with EPA. And I should also note that the model itself is the same as what was applied in the EES as is applied in the SES, aside from the refinements that were made under the Minister's recommendations. And as Mr. Townsend has mentioned, the modelling that we did not include mitigation modelling. So at the end of the EES modelling previously, there were some recommendations handed down to us, which deal directly with refinements to the EES model that was identified during the hearings of the EES. So just to walk through those, which you are no doubt familiar with, there was a refinement to the calibration of the regional model to more accurately produce the observed water levels, currents, tidal range, tidal exchange in Corio Bay. And they were to consider the selection of appropriate wind field, more detailed horizontal resolution to represent the Hopetown and North channels, more detailed vertical resolution to represent the thermal plumes, the effects and presence of the FSRU on the local currents near the berth, and a peer review was undertaken of that model. So my intent is just to step through why we landed where we did with these recommendations and what was done to address them. So with the first EES model, pardon, I've skipped a page there. With the first EES model, we identified that there were 2 reliable sources of wind data for the forcing of the model, and they came from the BOM meteorological stations at Geelong and Avalon. So what that means is when the wind is blowing across Corio Bay, it's driving currents in the project area. And what we identified is those currents were a function of the strength and direction of the winds. And we had 2 sets of wind field that we considered, one being Geelong and one being Avalon. And you can see there from the wind roses that Geelong is primarily of similar direction to Avalon, but of a weaker wind field, which meant there were weaker currents. So what the intent was in the EES is to use both of these and decide which one was a more conservative measure. So what we did is run both of these. We ran the Geelong wind field through our model, and we ran the Avalon wind field through our model. And what we see from the information there is that in the original EES, there was an under-prediction of the current speeds when we used the Geelong wind field, and an over-prediction of the current speeds when we used the Avalon wind field. And in that graphic there, I've just shown what the ADCP, which is the current meter data, is telling us at the site. And what we also learnt through the EES is the currents are a combination of wind-driven and tidally driven currents, and they interact with the local bathymetry. But in northern Corio Bay in particular, wind-driven currents are the dominant factor. So the variable of greatest interest in that EES in terms of calibrating and setting up the model was using a wind field that represented a wind field at the project site and gave us currents that matched the current meters at the project site. So as I noted here, in the EES, the analysis of plumes, etc., was primarily done using the Geelong wind field. But in recognising that there is also a wind field collection at Avalon that has stronger winds, as a sensitivity test, we followed through on using the Avalon wind field, which induces stronger currents in the project area and slightly different outcomes in terms of plume size and travel distance. And these were shown in the EES as sensitivity assessments, where we show the difference between using Geelong wind field and using Avalon wind field and the outcomes in terms of thermal plumes and the location and intensity of the dredge plumes. So the question was then, under recommendation A, was can we use and apply a more appropriate wind field that represents the local conditions rather than relying on using the more conservative Geelong and the sensitivity test for Avalon. So that's where recommendation 2A, I guess, came to light in the original EES. The second recommendation relates primarily to the model grid. So in the original EES, we had a refined grid in northern Corio Bay near the project site, which you can see in that panel there of 20 by 20 by 1 meters in vertical. So it's a very detailed grid around the project site, but then that stepped out to a coarser grid that went through the Hopetown channels and the northern channels. And what that means is there was some discrepancy in the tidal exchange through both the North Channel and Hopetown Channel that was, I guess, linked to, by the submissions of others, linked to a poor representation of the flow through the channel. So we did two things to address this. So sorry, there's recommendation 2B, just to highlight exactly what that meant, was there was a small differential that occurred on the low tides that may or may not have been primarily driven by a coarse grid through the channels. And I say may or may not because we did two things to improve the tidal representation at the project site. And I'll speak to those when I walk through what we did as refinements. So in terms of addressing these, primarily these two things, I'll come to the others shortly, is for the recommendation 2A, selection of the most appropriate wind data, we used in the SES an integrated wind field that was made up of wind data that was determined at Point Wilson, Avalon, Geelong, and at the Viva site. And you can see from the table there that, as expected, the CalMet wind data had a velocity that was sitting somewhere between Geelong Racecourse and Avalon. So weaker than Avalon, stronger than Geelong, stronger than the Viva site, but more representative of what is happening in the northern Corio Bay. And then what we did is repeat the analysis that we did in the EES. And you can see in that box there, we've compared the currents that were measured by the current meter, so the ADCP, and the currents that were represented in the model when we used the CalMet wind field. And you can see from those panels above, the CalMet wind field has a very similar direction component to it, as does the Geelong and Avalon. So we're not necessarily talking about much of a change in direction, but its velocity sits somewhere between those of Geelong and Avalon. And what that gave us is a better fit in terms of direction and speed of the modelled velocity at the site when we compared it to the ADCP. So that was an improvement that was made under that recommendation 2A. What we can also look at is the distribution of velocities. So you can see here, it's a distribution plot of velocity. The measured is in the green dashed line. And you can see when you use the Avalon wind field, there is typically weaker currents at the project site replicated by the model. When you use the Avalon, there is significantly stronger currents represented at the site. When we use the integrated CalMet wind field, we had a far better match between what was observed and then what was modelled. In terms of the recommendation 2B, the change that was made was quite significant in this regard. So we stepped out the 20 by 20 metre refined grid you can see in that panel on the left, and we included a 20 by 20 metre grid that went outside of Corio Bay into outer Corio Bay as replicated in that figure there in the middle. Okay, so that's a significant increase in computational detail, a significant increase in computational time, but what it does do is better represent the channels. Now I'll just come back to my point. The better representation of the channels was a minor component in better representation of the tide heights, because it was also coupled with an improvement in the tide data that was used to force the model. So the improvement came from two things: the improvement in the channel detail and the improvement in the forcing at the boundary of the new model grid. And now that forcing came from an expanded regional grid that included Port Phillip Bay, Western Port, and a large area of oceanographic domain forced by the oceanographic tides. And what we see, you can see there in the panel EES and refined SES, there's a significant improvement, especially in low tide, where we now replicate the full tidal extent down to low tide under all conditions. Materially, the R squared shifted from 0.93, which was good, to 0.96. So there's been some improvement, but it's not, I guess, a major detail that was deficient in the first EES. The other thing that we had in the second iteration, the SES, we had some detailed plume mapping that was done by CEE and provided to us. And so to look at the effects of recommendation 2C, which was to add more vertical resolution detail that came out of the original EES work, we used a 1 metre grid, but then we reduced that to a ½ metre grid to have a better representation of the stratification that can occur around the thermal plumes near the outlets of the refinery. And you can see there that we can now get a very fine resolution near the surface to show the thermal plumes. Now I should note and stop here that in the original EES, these exercises were done, not to the same extent in a technical note late in the EES, where we provided some measure of the difference that it makes to do a finer resolution grid and a finer resolution vertical grid. And they were shown to be very similar between the EES and those sensitivity tests that were done. And again, in this iteration of the model, they were shown to be very similar. So what we were able to do with that is then look at, under different conditions, whether the model was capable of reproducing the plumes that were observed under different tide and wind conditions by the field measurements undertaken by CEE. So that gave us another measure of performance in the model that we did not have in the previous EES. And the model was able to replicate, as you can step through these slides, the different shape and size of the temperature of plumes that result under the different conditions. And I should note that there was a range of conditions there. The arrows at the top are indicative of the wind field that was blowing at the time. And you can see there's a range of different wind fields that were considered when applying the model comparison to the plumes that were measured. Recommendation 2D was to look at the effects and presence of the floating storage regasification unit, so the FSRU. So what we did in this exercise is to look at when there was prevailing southerly and prevailing northerly winds at the project site and the effect that the FSRU would have on those winds as a measure of the likely effect. We added some additional information, which is in my evidence, showing a residual current plot comparison between with and without the FSRU, I guess under the request or the outcomes of the conclave to show that more clearly. Now, the other thing to add here is there are two changes that have occurred. There is the dredging change to the bathymetry that has occurred to allow the FSRU to be there. And that has led, combined effect, has led to some changes in the field around the FSRU and the dredge site, but they're generally confined to 100 to 200 metres. And I should note that the velocities are small, so they're still around the 10 centimetres per second. And at the surface and the bottom, there's quite a change. So they're in weaker currents at the bottom and some change. The other thing that we observed is the action of combined FSRU and diffuser led to a rapid mixing of the diffuser outfalls into the shipping channel. So you can see that in these plots here. There's a very small thermal footprint that arises underneath the FSRU and a very small chlorine footprint that arises under the FSRU. So the other component was 2E. So the review undertaken by Stantec, Professor Provis, identified that in our model, so I'll just move to this page, the assessment of the existing conditions was accurate and comprehensive relative to the values relevant to this assessment. The regional hydrodynamic model calibration was sound, and the model reflects observed current data and tide data. The revised near field model enables a better understanding of the effects of the FSRU on dispersion of marine charges from the FSRU, and that the reruns of the wastewater discharge modelling, entrainment modelling and sediment transport provide a better understanding of the potential environmental effects of the project. So just to reiterate, the things that were done under the SEES model refinement. First is the CalMet wind file was selected and used in the model. This led to some improvement. There was also a more detailed grid, so 20 by 20 throughout Corio Bay into the outer bay, including the channels, was undertaken. More accurate vertical resolution of 0.5 metre as opposed to the 1 metres that was used in the original EES, and a representation of the FSRU in the model, which is implemented as a barrier to flow over the length, depth and width of the FSRU to ensure the effects on the local currents were considered, and the peer review supported these refinements. My conclusion on this is that the model is fit for purpose for informing this EES and SEES. Which brings me to the items raised in the conclave. With regards to the modelling and the points that were raised in terms of the modelling, not necessarily the impact assessment that's done from the modelling. These are refinements upon refinements, and in my view, they have little significance to the modelling outcomes that we've presented in the SES. And I rephrase it, that's with reference to the modelling, not the outcomes. That's a matter for Ian Wallace. So just to set, I guess, the scene in terms of what SWAN modelling in the past has shown us from previous studies. Is it correct?
Studies, what you're referring there
These
to?
are, sorry, referring to the Jacob studies in 2020 done on the refinery intake. Corio Bay is generally well protected from larger wind waves developed within Port Phillip Bay or the Bellarine Peninsula, and the presence of the shoal across the entrance of Corio Bay and Point Henry. Most of the waves are either locally generated within Corio Bay, which has a relatively small fetch. So I'll talk about fetch shortly. And to propagate from Port Phillip Bay, where they lose significant amount of energy across the shoal. So it's a protected coastal environment that's not exposed to major oceanographic influence from waves. And the waves of the Viva intake are mild, and typical significant wave heights are less than 0.3 metres. So this is a low energy environment that we're dealing with. So in terms of what we do in our modelling to deal with wave effects, we do not have a separate wave model for this. The wave impacts are small. But what the model does is represent wind wave generation based on fetch. which is consistent with a finding from the Jacobs 2020 report, which I'll come to shortly. So what that means is when the wind is blowing across Corio Bay, like across our modelling domain, there's a fetch, and the fetch is the distance it travels across the water before it reaches your point of interest, our point of interest being around the project site. So what the model does is look at the distance of that fetch, and the distance that fetch travels takes into account the direction of the wind and 8 points of the compass. So if the wind is coming from the southwest, it calculates the fetch of water that it travels when the wind comes across from the southwest and hits, for example, the sites to the north of the project site. And you can see here, I've just extracted some data from the model that shows the representation of wave heights, and the line is drawn there at the 0.3, which was the measure that Jacobs provided to say that most of the time the waves are below the 0.3 metre mark. So in my opinion, we are consistent with representing those wave heights. The second part of that is the second part of that is then what happens is the waves impart a bed stress. So the bed stress is, I guess, the stress that is available to lift sediments off the bottom. So we're heading towards what it may mean in terms of resuspension. And I should note that for our simulations, we're looking at a bed stress environment, you can see in the panel there, which is higher in the shallow areas. I should mention that, that the bed stress is partly due to the steady currents, so the currents that are driven primarily by the wind, some tidal currents in Corio Bay, but they are weak, and oscillatory currents from the waves, which, as we mentioned, are also quite weak in this context, that lead to a net bed stress at the bottom. And what we find is if we look at the bed stress maps, I'll draw your attention to that one there on the left, is yes, there is stress above what I will mention shortly, a critical shear stress of 0.1 pascals in and around the shallow areas in the north of the bay. Primarily these areas are where the seagrass beds are, but there is a very low stress environment under typical conditions sitting below these. So you can see that large area of blue there where there is insufficient stress to resuspend material from the bed. And this is consistent with what Jacobs, and I refer to that again because it's probably the most comprehensive and localized study of the wave field there. You can see that that is consistent with their findings, that there's this area of very low stress that sits in and around the berths and where we are proposing to undertake the dredging. There is higher stress in the seagrass areas higher up in the water column, so in the shallow areas, and they're a combination of current and wave-driven stress, albeit they are still weak. So then what we see is two things. You can see that in the middle panel there, we have a dredge footprint that is most intense directly around the dredge operation, so in that red there, where the milligrams per litre in the water column are above or approaching around about 10. And then we have this area around where the plume disperses, but it is settling and dispersing at the same time. And so there's a weak signal that it radiates around that dredge plume. Then if I move to the third panel, you can see that much of the dredge material falls out around where that footprint is. There is some movement and some to the south there, but what doesn't happen is a lot of that material does not settle in the higher stress areas, A, because it's mobilized, and B, because most of it is settling in and around the project site. And what we've used in our model is what we have done is not consider the suspension of the bed material that's existing there. So we're only concerned with the impact that's happening from the material that's released by the dredge. So this is the results really only reflect the material that originates from the dredge that is transported, settled, and resuspended around the northern part of Corio Bay. The parameters we have used for this are critical stress erosion rates what we call an abundance parameter that comes from previous applications in Port Phillip Bay. So it brings us to another point that was made in the conclave about modelling the ambient sediments. So I guess it has been decided, or was decided, in the modelling and in the assessment of impacts, which Dr. Wallace will speak about in the coming days, that using data to define what was the ambient condition was a more robust mechanism than attempting to model the complex interactions between bed, flow, waves that drive what is called the ambient current. So it's a very complicated process. And for much of the time, there is sediment moving in and out of Corio Bay through the channels, being generated elsewhere and moving in. So it becomes a very sophisticated and complicated process. So we have relied, in this case, on just modelling the dredge material and then using the background data to tell us about what the ambient sediment characteristics are. So you can see these panels are just really to highlight. I know it's maybe a little bit difficult to see, but on the left-hand panel there, you can see that there are localised events that can lead to a rise in turbidity. There's a large vessel that's been moving around in the shipping channel. You can see the plume that has generated, localised plume. But perhaps more telling is the second panel there is under those more storm conditions, there's a generalised resuspension of material. So this is broad scale. So inner and outer Corio Bay become quite turbid. Material is moving in from the outer Corio Bay. So there's a very sophisticated and broad scale regional effect that happens when you reach sufficient energetic conditions, such as in storms. So and when these occur, the resuspension, in my view, wouldn't discriminate between what was laid down there in the dredge pattern we showed from the modelling before. This is material coming up from all parts of inner and outer Corio Bay due to the energetic nature of the storm event. So that brings me to some other items in the conclave. We recognised in the EES and the SES that winds are the dominating factor generating the characteristics of flow in Corio Bay and therefore the trajectory of plumes and their intensity. And that also the currents are generally weak and there's a lot of scatter in the data. So in my opinion, there's no significant outliers in our modelling where our prediction of the currents that would impact the outcomes of the SES. There are small deviations, but that's to be expected when you're modelling a very subtly forced system, and that those deviations, in my view, will not affect the outcomes of the SES. And also, in addition to that, both the EES and SES have recorded the effects of different winds and currents. So we looked at Avalon, we looked at Geelong, so we've really examined quite a broad range of potential outcomes in terms of the wind effects on the travel of the plumes, both the thermal plumes and the dredge plumes. Another one for recommendation 6 and 8 that came out of the conclave, there was comment about the implications of potential variability in the weather. Now, I just want to make the note here again that the winds in Corio Bay are a key driver of the currents, and they change on a range of timescales, seasonal, weeks, days. So we know in the setting of Corio Bay, there is a range of winds that can occur even over the course of a week. Over a month, you start to build even a larger set. So in our modelling, we've now considered summer, and I should say that summer was put off the table for other reasons, for not operating dredge in summer, winter, and in each of those, there's 2 months of variable wind conditions, including some conditions that would be highly favourable for movement of the plume from the dredge site to the more sensitive sites to the north of Corio Bay. The last item to bring up in there is the hydrodynamic impacts of the FSRU. And I've done some more analysis of the results just to show in those graphics there that there are very small velocities at the bottom, residual velocities. There are very small residual velocities at the bottom, and they are likely to change in a small manner when the FSRU is there in and around the FSRU, so within 100 to 200 metres. There is a little bit more of a change in the surface, but primarily I think that is driven by 2 things. It's a change in the bathymetry plus a change being that the presence of the FSRU there. But again, these are in the order of 10 centimetres per second, are unlikely to be of great circumstance and would be associated with other vessels should they be at the other berths. I don't think there's any necessarily any major impact the FSRU would have on local currents that wouldn't already be occurring due to other vessels being berthed at the docks. So in terms of the conclusions I draw from the information that we've generated through the SES, we've undertaken those recommendations. I won't walk through them again, but the result of that is we've improved the tidal heights, the currents, the stratification and robustness of the dredge modelling, primarily because of including the integrated wind field. It's giving us a better representation of what is likely to happen at site. And again, I draw the conclusion that the regional model is fit for purpose, and there's not a lot of material differences in what we present with the SES in terms of the modelling as opposed to the EES. In terms of the items I can draw conclusions on from the conclave and the information that Dr. Gard has provided to us is that Corio Bay is a low current environment, has small waves, has low ambient suspended solids, which is been reflected in the data collected and analysed by CEE. And the dredge plume model is a sound mechanism and avoids the complexity and uncertainty in adding to that what might be ambient contributions. We are focused primarily on the contributions made via the dredge. And also I just note that in the Western Australian guideline on dredge plume modelling for environmental impact assessment, which can be drawn on as a document that gives some guidance, that modelling of ambient fine particulate matter becomes something, I guess, of best practice if it contributes significantly to suspended solid transport. In this case, it's a low energy environment. The primary impact in terms of what's happening when the dredge is operating is the direct plume effects of the dredge, which is what we have analysed. And with regards to those dredge plumes, the wind speeds and direction is the most important factor in determining the travel path of those plumes. And the 2-month dredge period simulated during different seasons capture a vast majority of the likely outcomes. And I should mention, just to reiterate again, I did mention, but in more detail, this includes a southwesterly breeze that runs for 4 days up to 12 metres per second. So that's a strong breeze, which is essentially pushing the dredge material towards the north of Corio Bay. The impacts of the FSRU and deeper berth on currents is limited to around 100 to 200 metres from the vessel, and the bed velocities are weak, therefore significant morphological effects are unlikely. And just on the note about, is the FSRU likely to change the movement extent of future plumes? That is possible, but we have not analysed that. We analysed what the dredge operations as part of the SES and EES were concerned with. Just on more general conclusions, I think we need to bring to light that models are not perfect and we should never expect them to be. But this model, in my opinion, is fit for purpose. It provides the inputs that are required to make an assessment in terms of the EES and SES impact. This model simulates the key processes, and the application of the model has considered a range of likely outcomes, wind being the dominant variable in there. And I just explained that in the 2-month windows of simulation of dredge we did, there is quite a large variation of wind in terms of speed and direction. And I should note, and it was also, I guess, mentioned by Mr. Townsend, that there's always potential refinements that can be made to models, okay? And there are always more scenarios that can be considered. That's just what we live with as modelers. In my opinion, the further refinement of this model or further scenarios will not change materially the outcomes of the EES and SES assessment. However, you should note, and importantly, sorry, bring me to the last slide here, is that the future conditions remain somewhat uncertain and therefore the contingency measures, which Mr. Townsend has mentioned, are put in place. So should we have an outcome that is different to what we have modelled in the range of different conditions we have modelled, then there's the contingency measures, including the decrease in dredge operation or potential sediment curtains. Thank you.
Thank you. There are questions for Dr. Yates.
Okay. What we might do is take our morning break before you start in your cross-examination. Just wanted to check in. We're looking at around an hour and a half. Yes. Okay. We'll break until 11:30.
Member Carla, while you're setting up, can I just indicate on the matter you raised this morning, Viva's got no submissions to make about Geelong. As I understand it, the venue said they'd waive the fee for the weekend or something, which is something. But we don't have any position to press, so we're just in your hands.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Finanzio.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Dr. Yates, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Adrian Finanzio and I'm asking questions for the school.
Yep.
I want to first start by asking just a couple of questions to clarify your involvement in the SEES document itself. Okay. You, I think, have said that you've prepared the hydrodynamic modelling. That's right.
Correct.
Might need to speak
Oh,
up.
sorry. Correct.
It doesn't. I don't think it amplifies you so much as it records you.
Okay.
And that's based on instructions you've received about the project itself. Agreed?
Correct.
Am I right that that includes instructions about the type of machinery that might be used? Say, for example, the size of dredging machines.
Not to that extent. The instruction I get is on what the load from those dredge operations is to be applied to the model.
Okay. It's about the load that the dredge receives.
Produces.
Produces.
Yep.
If you wouldn't mind just really projecting
sorry.
there. Thanks, Dr. Yates.
The information we get is the loads that are produced by the dredge operations as inputs into our model.
Okay,
Not
great.
so much a description of the dredge and its operations.
What type of machines and so
Correct.
on. You just, and those, am I right in saying that those instructions, the principal source of those instructions for you is Dr. Wallace?
Correct.
And am I also right that you prepare reports on hydrodynamic modelling that you then share or shared with Dr. Wallace?
Correct.
And that Dr. Wallace is, insofar as the marine side of things, was, if I could use a term, the team leader for the preparation of the marine parts of the SEES, as far as you are aware.
Yeah, in terms of the inputs and then the outputs that are required for his assessment, yes.
Okay. So, am I right? I take it from your evidence that you're generally familiar with EESs and how they work.
Yes.
And that ultimately the product of the work you do is the publication of an environment effects statement that everyone gets to look at and review.
Correct.
Am I right that you provided technical reports to Dr. Wallace, who then used those technical reports, as far as you are aware, to produce the SEES?
Correct. There were two parts: technical report on the model refinement.
Yeah.
And then provided inputs,
Yeah.
direct inputs, graphics and so on for the EES impact assessment.
And am I right that the ultimate product, the SEES that was published, is not something that you had a role in drafting or refining?
No.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you've seen technical note think it's called technical notes, are they? Yeah, technical note number 1 filed in this case. Have you seen that?
No, you'll have to show me. I may
Okay,
have.
we'll have that put up. Because I just want to get an understanding of the sequence of things. Technical note number 1 was produced to us, and it included 2 reports prepared by you.
Correct.
A February report that was called a draft report, and then a November 2024 report, which is obviously also prepared by you.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the draft report I'm assuming that the November 2024 report, the second report, is not a draft report.
The November 24 report is still labelled draft.
Yes.
Finalised, included information that was requested by Geelong Grammar School and by other reviews. So it's an additional information on top of what was originally presented.
Well, let's just step through it then, shall we? Because I just want to make doubly sure what the position is. Am I right that the draft report in February 2024 was provided to Dr. Wallace for the purposes of advancing the SEES?
Correct.
And that between February 2024 and the publication of the SEES in, I think, August 2024, you provided additional information to Dr. Wallace on top of what was in that draft from 2024, correct?
Correct. A lot of the material had already been provided for the SES at the time of that first draft.
And you provided that in the form of emails and such things, communications between you and he, but you never went back and updated you never went back and updated the report that was drafted in 2024.
No, and the reason for that was in the, sorry.
Well, I didn't ask you the reason, but go ahead.
Yeah, so in the Stantec peer review,
it
was mentioned that the information in the SES technical report A reflected pretty much everything that was in our draft report. And so that was not actually peer reviewed. So at that point, we did not progress that.
Right,
technical
but
report.
you nonetheless provided him with additional information.
Correct.
Okay, so are you saying there that in your view, the Stantec peer review regarded the February 2024 report as complete?
It regarded it as being reflected in entirety in the original draft SES.
I see. And so it was additional information on top of that initial draft of the SES that you provided to Dr. Wallace?
In the November draft?
No, before the SES was published.
Yes, there was additional information provided to Dr. Wallace between the first iteration and second iteration of the SES.
And then there's a period after the publication of the EES where you don't produce any additional information?
No, only in response to the reviews that came later.
Okay. And you respond in that November 2024 material to the submissions of the school?
To the submissions of the school and the additional information required or requested from
the school.
From the school.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions now about the November 2024 report. So do you have a copy of that there?
I have an e-copy.
Both the let's start with the February report first, because I just want to understand something. In the February report on PDF page 2, you are noted as having prepared the report. Then the report is reviewed by Dr. Wallace and then updated by Dr. Wallace.
Updated by Dr. Wallace?
Yeah.
Sorry, which one are you looking at?
The report, hydronumerics February 2024. It's document, I think, document 13.
And what page are you referring to?
PDF 2. There's a title block there.
So you have to share that with me. I only have a Word copy.
Document 13, pardon me. It's up on the screen. PDF 2. Just down the page a bit. See that there? See it says prepared by you, reviewed by Dr. Wallace, updated by Dr. Wallace.
Updated by?
Yeah, it says updated.
Oh, that's
just trying to understand what that means.
That's the submission back to Dr. Wallace, so updated and provided to you. Sorry, it doesn't mean he updated my report.
Okay, I just want to understand that. So he had no role in preparing the hydronumeric
No, he
model,
commented on the report and
asked questions, and then you update.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we go to so if we go to document 14, which is the November 2024 report, that report records what you were thinking about and the contributions that you made leading up to the SEES, as well as all of the things that come after the EES that you were asked to think about.
Correct. Primarily the request for further information from the school.
And it records all of the material that you understand was given to the peer reviewers.
It is the material, the additional material that was given to the peer reviewers.
Right. Okay. Did you give it to the peer reviewers?
The peer review is on the version 2?
Yeah.
Yes. No, it was provided with the technical report A.
I see. All right. Now, just to finalise the scope of your work, you have done some modelling of suspended solids for the purposes of assessment of light to plants, but you haven't actually been involved in the construction of those figures for light to plants.
Not for light, no.
Yeah. All right. I do want to ask you some questions now about currents and then about waves. Okay?
Sure.
Obviously enough, the modelling process attempts to replicate what's happening in the environment now. That's the benchmark of what makes a good model. The closest you can get to what is happening now in the model makes the model a good predictor of what might happen if something changes in the environment, right?
Correct.
Now, current activity is an important aspect of the modelling process, right?
How do you mean important modelling?
Well, a factor.
Replicating the currents.
Replicating it.
Yes.
And it's the current that can generate forces on the seabed.
The current can generate forces on the seabed, yes.
And those forces have the potential to mobilise sediments at the seabed, right?
They do.
And currents work in that way, in terms of mobilising sediments on the seabed. They work in combination with waves, correct?
Correct.
And your modelling seeks to predict movement of currents, doesn't it?
Predict the magnitude and direction of currents.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, in the February 2024 report, which is document 13, that contains some information about model performance in relation to currents, doesn't it?
Correct.
Right, we just want to take you to that and have a quick look at it. PDF 13. PDF 19, pardon me. You have that that graph which explains current comparison, frequency and distribution. See that? Frequency distribution.
Sorry, you have to refer to which page?
PDF 19.
19. In the November or in the February?
In the February document 13.
Yep. Are you referring to the roses?
No, I'm
roses?
referring to the current comparison frequency distribution graph. Do you have that? Document 13 on the screen.
On the screen. Oh, yes, sorry. Sorry, I can see that, yes.
You see that? That's the comparison of predicted and measured current speeds.
Using Geelong and Avalon winds.
Using
Yes.
the Geelong and Avalon winds.
Yes.
The document doesn't record, does it, any validation testing for the currents?
Yes, that's included in the wind roses
Yeah.
that show the direction of the current, the speeds of the currents, and at different depths.
In the February report?
Yes.
Did I miss that? Show me where you say that is.
There are, in the February report, there are wind roses at 3 metres above the bed. So I might be looking at the wrong one here. So you've got the document open there?
I do. Just tell me which page you say is
Yeah,
that.
so it should be contained higher up in the document.
Yeah. So page 18.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. They're wind roses.
No,
wind roses,
they're
aren't they?
current roses.
Oh, I see. Simulated currents at 3 metres above the seabed.
Correct.
I see. Offshore from the refinery using wind data from April, May 2021.
For Avalon and for Geelong.
For Avalon
Yep.
and for Geelong. That's not using the CalMet data.
No.
But the model relies on the CalMet data in the end, correct?
Correct.
And so insofar as the CalMet data is used in the model, I'll ask the question again, this report, I think you do it in the November report, but this report doesn't calibrate the model or validate the model against the wind data actually used.
It does. If you scroll down to figure 20,
Yeah.
there's a comparison for the summer period. If you go to figure 21, there's a comparison for the winter period.
Figure 20 and 21.
Correct.
Which page is that?
It should be on page 26 and 27.
I see. Okay. I want to take you to the November 2024 report.
Yes.
Which is in document 14. And can we go to page 50? Would you agree with me that the November 2024 PDF, would you agree with me, I can't yet, 41. Would you agree with me that the November 2024 report contains additional detail about the model calibration in relation to currents?
Additional information that was provided under the request. Yes.
Yeah. At the request of who?
Geelong Grammar School.
So this data was not provided to the peer reviewers?
No, the wind roses were provided to the peer reviewers as a representation of the calibration of the model.
And this data was provided after the SEES was published?
At the request of Geelong Grammar School to
Great.
compare with the previous EES.
Okay. So on page 50, there's an appendix there. You see that? And if I go to page 12 of that document, it says that at PDF 12 of that document, it says that an update to this report was made in November 2024 to add clarifications, which includes the additional model run results made in response to recommendation 3, the modified, calibrated and peer-reviewed regional hydrodynamic model was then used to address recommendations 3, 5 and 6, and an update to this report was made in November 2024.
Great.
That's what we're talking about when we come to, if I just go to page 34. Page 34 talks about the simulated currents there. See that?
Yes.
Simulated currents from the refined model were compared to ACDP data that was used to collect in 2 different periods, the summer and the autumn of those 2 years.
Correct.
And then the model inputs and observed model time series comparisons are illustrated in Appendix A.
Correct.
Again, that Appendix A was not produced in the published SEES, nor was it provided in that form to the peer reviewers.
I think you'll find that the peer review responses in technical report A reflect some of this information that's in this report.
Okay.
And that the additional information in the appendix, the addition that is made is just time series of the representations of the different currents, as opposed to the wind roses that were used in the original February report.
Yeah. So what we've got in Appendix A are the time series of the currents, correct?
Yes.
And just going to the time series of the currents, starting at page 50, PDF 52, are you saying, is your evidence that the calibration represented in the current roses is equivalent to this time series?
I think what I'm saying is the current roses are a representation of the calibration of the model, that it's fit for purpose.
I see. Well, I want to take you to these roses, and I want to just compare what's in the technical report. So can I just take you to the technical report and page 191. Page 191 is the response to peer review report B prepared by CEE in August 2024. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Just go down one page to 192. And if I take you to page 196, you can see there that the heading comparisons on hydrodynamic predictions and measurements. See that?
Correct. Yep.
Now, just apropos of what I was asking about before, this is material that was drafted by Dr. Wallace, not by you.
I provided the inputs in terms of graphics for that, but the responses were drafted by Dr. Wallace.
And this is the part of the report which presents the calibration.
That's right.
All right. And if I go to page 197, you'll see there comparison of predicted and measured currents. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, it doesn't include all of the time series that we looked at that was published in your November 2024 report.
That's right.
Am I right in assuming that the time series as depicted in that November 2024 report did not exist at the time that this report was prepared?
They weren't presented, but they existed.
I see. And if I just look there at at the last paragraph before the image. Can you see that?
Not clearly, but
Can you see it on your screen?
find the page.
197. Just go larger, Greg, if you put on the screen. See that there? Just scroll up so that the last paragraph and then the image can be seen.
Yep.
See there it says, as an example, a time series comparison of measured and modelled currents is provided in figure 4-8. The refined model reproduces the measured current speeds and direction from the winter 2021 ADCP deployment to a satisfactory degree. See that statement?
Yes.
That's not the winter period, is it?
That's the winter period that we define in terms of the ADCP as opposed to the summer period.
I see. And if I take you back, I want to take you back to document 14. Just bear with me for a minute. You define, go to page 34. You call that, you got 34 there, just under 4.4.2. That's actually described as autumn, not winter, correct? This is the deployment we're talking about.
Should be defined as autumn.
I see. And if I go to the to page 60 of that document, actually go up a little bit from 60, go to 58 or 57. What we're looking at there is the time series for the autumn period, correct?
Time series for the autumn period.
As defined in your report.
You might have to blow that up. I'm just having trouble tracking where you are.
Page, no, page 57. Enlarged, yeah. You see that?
Yes.
And that time series is presented at 1 metre depths. It's presented at 2 metre depths and at 3 metre depths, correct?
And a depth average.
And a depth average. So if I'm just looking at the, just bear with me for a minute. Do you recall, I'll just read this out to you again. The statement in the SEES was this: the defined model produces the measured current speeds and direction from the winter 2021 ADCP deployment to a satisfactory degree.
I recognise that statement, yes.
Yeah. So model represents or reproduces measured current speeds.
Yes.
Bear that in mind when we go back to, so I'm right, aren't I, that the simulated current speeds are plotting measured against the model at 1 metre depth, 2 metre depths and 3 metre depths, correct?
And depth average.
And depth average. And it's right, isn't it, that if I look at that model, if I look at those time series, what I see are two things. There is some variation, isn't there,
Yes,
between the modelled and the current speeds.
correct.
And there is also some significant variation in current direction.
I think significant is too strong a phrase for that.
Okay. Would you agree that there is difference
Yes.
depicted? Let's have a look at the measure of the difference. So if I'm looking at that image there, I'm right, aren't I, that on the left-hand side of that image is from the north, correct?
On the left-hand side of,
So the direction we're talking about is from north.
when it's at 360
So
or 0?
when it's at,
360
Yeah.
or 0, it's from the north.
right, and the red line would ideally line up with the blue line if it was predicting direction correctly.
Yes,
And a measure of how different the model is from the measured directions is the dissonance between the blue line and the red line.
yes,
And if I look at not just simulated currents, but also direction
yes,
for the measured as opposed to the depth average component, there is, do you agree with me, some difference in relation to measured currents,
yes,
and that there is also a significant difference between the direction of the currents across those time series.
I don't agree that there's significant difference in direction.
But there's a difference, isn't there?
There's a difference.
There's an observable difference.
Yes,
And that's not reported in the SEES, is it?
no,
What the SEES says is that there is a satisfactory alignment between measured and modelled current speeds, correct?
yes,
I just want to compare now. Just bear with me for a minute. Go back to the technical report and the image that's included in figure 4-8. If you got that, it's up on the screen.
yes, yep,
That depicts a comparison of measured and modelled currents.
correct.
So I should be able to find that time series in your November 2024 report.
Yes,
Okay. So let's just go to it. It's the period April to May. Are you able to tell me which of the graphs it is?
yeah, keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling. Should be a depth average. Keep scrolling.
It's the depth average currents,
Yes, I
isn't
think-
it?
yes,
It's an average. What that time series predicts is an average comparator, isn't it?
average over the depth.
Yeah. Do you think that that descriptor in the SEES of it comparing a modelled as against measured as against modelled is appropriate? Do you think that an image representing the depth average of the currents is an appropriate image to include when the header of the in this SEES report invites consideration of modelled as against measured?
Well, you could measure at different depths and then do a depth average which would not be unusual,
Yeah.
or you could show at separate depths.
It's right, isn't it, that the averaging over the depth smooths out the inconsistencies, doesn't it?
To some extent, in some cases.
Visually.
Not visually, potentially, yes.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that that image is mislabeled in the SEES?
No, I think it shows the depth average currents.
Yes, but it doesn't show the measured currents, does it?
Not at particular points, no.
No.
Can I just jump in and clarify there?
Yep.
It doesn't show the measured currents. Are you saying it shows an average of the measured currents?
It shows an average of the modelled versus an average of the measured through the depth.
Thank you.
So it tends to smooth out the differences that the model produces between, or that the model predicts as compared with what's measured in the field.
And by the same measure, smooths out the fluctuations in the field data, which are significant at these low currents.
All right. I want to now ask you some questions about waves. Wave movement can have an important role in mobilising sediments along with currents, I think you said before.
Together with currents?
Yes. The wave motion can resuspend solids.
Contribute to the resuspension of solids.
And can also keep them in the water longer.
Not necessarily.
But it can.
I can't answer that one way or the other.
Say again?
I can't answer that one way or the other. I think it would depend on the circumstance.
But it's possible.
Possible.
Okay. And the function of waves here is particularly important because we're dealing with particularly close to the shoreline, shallow water.
Yeah, it's more important in the shallow waters.
Yeah. And it would be more important in shallow water where there is, because in shallow water you generally have more turbidity.
It depends on the system. It's not
But
if you
can have.
It can have, yes.
And wave behaviour is likely to have an impact on that sediment mobilisation in those kinds of conditions in particular.
Sorry, what kind of conditions in particular?
Shallow water with the possibility of sediment suspension.
If the waves have enough energy.
Right. Waves are observable and measurable, aren't they?
Yes.
In fact, the ACDP tools that you would use to measure currents can also be used to measure waves.
I can't comment on that particular deployment. We're only interested in the currents from those, but that is possible.
But you are aware that waves can be measured in some ways.
Yes.
The technical report A that's published with the EES presents no material showing an alignment between modelled predictions of waves and observed measurements, right?
Correct.
The technical report A presents no material showing an alignment between the model, between waves measured and modelled. That just wasn't done, was it?
No.
You did, in the 2024 report, you did tides, currents and tide heights, but not waves.
The waves are approximated by the routines that I spoke about in my presentation.
They were approximated.
Approximated, parameterized, approximated, but no direct wave modelling using SWAN, for example, was done for this project.
Yeah. The first choice you make as a modeller is how to undertake the model, correct?
Correct.
you might model a lake, for example, differently to the way you might model an open coastline.
Correct.
That choice of model is important and it involves a lot of judgment.
I would say it's not the choice of model, it's the choice of how you use the model and what you do and don't invoke in the model.
Because as you said, no model's perfect.
Correct.
And whatever choice of model you make, there'll always be elements of uncertainty.
There's always remaining elements, yes.
The model might not be perfect, completely perfect for the conditions that you're modelling, for example.
Yeah, not perfect, no.
And it might be an appropriate model to use, but it might be necessary to be aware that the model selection might give rise to peculiar uncertainties.
I think your use of the word model selection is incorrect. How you apply the model.
How you apply the model.
Correct.
Do you agree with the general proposition that it's better to select a model at the start and as you consider applying the model that includes the physical processes that the model seeks to replicate?
Depends on the role that you think they play in the system you're modelling. So
there is a judgment about model selection there.
There's a judgment call on the aspects of the model that you invoke and how they are invoked. Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to go to your written report. The witness statement, which is, I think, document number 62. Oh, just bear with me for 1 minute. I think I might have misdescribed my... There we go. Sorry, I think I've misdescribed my note. You undertook, just give me 1 sec. I'm sorry, members of the committee, I've written down my note, my page number incorrectly. And I just need to see if I can find it. The formula that you took us to when you were making a correction to your report is derived from a study undertaken by, I think it's Linane and Letourneau.
Correct.
And that, the approach taken there, I'm trying to find the part of your report which expressly says, there it is, wave modelling. 2.2.1. The model includes a module to represent wind shear. It calculates wind wave induced bed stress using the formula in Linane and Letourneau.
Correct.
That's at PDF 3 of your report.
Yes.
So what the wave modelling, what the module does in the modelling is to use this calculation for wind shear. Am I right about that?
No, for bed shear.
For bed shear.
Correct.
Using wind for wind wave induced bed shear.
Correct.
Now, that study was concerned with phosphorus loads in North American lakes, wasn't it?
Correct.
It looked at the role of wind-induced suspension in shallow lakes.
Correct.
It produced a formula, which is the formula, I think, that's produced in your report.
Correct.
Now, you made some amendments to that formula when you were giving your evidence before. I just want to ask you some questions about that. In the Linane and Letourneau document, there are 6 steps in the calculation.
Mm-hmm.
Did you apply the formula as described in Linane and Letourneau?
I would have to check that on notice and look at the code and how it was applied. The way it's mapped out in our evidence is how we apply it in our code.
Right. So is this a situation where you've taken that formula and adjusted it?
We've applied it.
Right. Have you applied it in precisely the same way as is described in that article?
It would be described in a similar way, making changes to account for what it is we track in the model.
And what you've effectively done is mathematically calculated the effective wave on bed shear.
That's the measure we're interested in.
Yeah.
The bed shear.
Now, that's done by a mathematical calculation that's then, and I don't want to get into the details of how it's done, but inserted into the model.
Correct.
Can I ask this? When you do something like that in a situation like this, it can be of assistance, can't it, to measure the waves to make sure that the way that you've gone about it is reflected in the reality of the situation on the ground?
In this case,
I'm asking as a matter of generality. It's true, isn't it, that validation of calculations like this in the environment can be important?
Can be important, yes.
Now, you haven't done that in this case.
Not for the wave component of it. What
Yeah.
we've done is ground truth it against the bed shear measured using the SWAN model of Jacobs 2020.
Say again.
What we've done is ground truth our result against the SWAN modelling that was done in Jacobs 2020.
Yeah. Did the Jacobs study in 2020 do this bed shear analysis at the Ramsar sites?
Across the whole of the northern part of Corio Bay, as shown by the maps.
And it's for that reason that you decided that the SWAN modelling wasn't required.
We felt that our parameterisation of the effects was sufficient in this case because there's no oceanographic wave effects coming in from the outer harbour into Corio Bay, or they are of a small magnitude.
Did you discuss the Jacobs work in the conclave?
I made reference to it, I believe, in the conclave.
I just want to go on to weather now. Weather, in particular in this case wind, has a significant effect on the dredge plumes, doesn't it?
The wind direction and speed, yes.
Yeah. And that's in this location, that's because we're dealing with a tide range which is pretty small, but also in the case of wind, in the case of current direction, the currents really respond to the winds. They're the driving force.
Yeah, the tidal range is not insignificant, but but the currents they generate are small, and the wind is the dominant factor in generating currents.
And variation in that, or variability in those weather conditions, could be important, couldn't they?
Yes.
Now, in the EES, which you mentioned before, there were 2 periods described as winter, August, September, and summer, November, December.
Correct.
And they're referred to in the EES Tech Report A for marine.
Yes, my recollection.
In the SEES, you've only used one of those. Is
Correct.
that correct? That's the August-September one.
Correct.
There's no analysis in the SEES as to whether these periods represent the worst periods, correct?
There's no analysis to say that we've represented the worst. No.
No. Or where the periods sit against the spread of data for a year.
The period that we have considered in August, September, first of all, we should take the summer period off the table because it was deemed that the dredging would not happen in the summer period for other reasons.
And why is that?
For seagrass growth period. So that's a matter for the marine experts. So we only considered the period when dredging is likely to happen. And when you look at the wind directions that occur during that period, there is a significant variety of wind directions and wind speeds, including some significant events that would, I guess, short circuit the direction of the dredge plume towards the more sensitive sites.
So am I right? Is this a fair statement that there's no way of knowing from the material in the SES whether the chosen years are representative of a typical condition?
The chosen year would be representative of a typical condition for that time of year.
How do we know that?
We're including a system that has variable wind speeds. We're including 2 months of simulation. And I do recognise that in that period there is no significant storms.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions now about the model prediction of suspended solids.
Yes.
You've done the modelling which predicts the plume of suspended
Correct.
solids generated by dredging activities.
Correct.
You've not been involved in the calculations of turbidity or light, I think you said.
No.
The suspended solid predictions factor into those calculations, don't they?
Yes.
To calculate the impact of suspended solids caused by dredging, it's not just a function of the model of the solids created by the dredging activities, is it? You also have to look at the background or ambient turbidity or in the location, correct?
The overall turbidity is going to be a product of both.
Yeah. So precisely, I think my point that there'll be an existing environmental condition,
Correct.
which the dredging activity will add to.
Correct.
And where the background or ambient environmental condition is high, then the addition will, well, really, it's proportionate, isn't it? If it's high, then a small increase could make a significant impact. If it's low, then a larger increase will make an impact. Do you agree?
Yes, but in the case of Crow Bay, there are some clarifications I think need to be made.
And it's right, isn't it, that suspended solids in a water body as large as suspended sediments in a water body as large as Corio Bay are very rarely uniform across the whole of the bay.
Again, I'm not entirely sure that that is a correct statement, because when you have the episodic events, So I talked in my presentation about local events,
Yep.
where what you say is true, there might be significant variation.
Yep.
During the large events, they appear from satellite images to be regional, so the turbidity is lifted throughout the bay.
See. You can measure background suspended sediments, can't you?
Yes,
To your knowledge, that wasn't done here.
yeah, that was done.
It was.
Yeah, the background assessment of suspended solids was part of the work done by CEE to define what the background condition is.
Yeah. They assumed 1.8 across the whole area, didn't they?
Sorry, I'll clarify. They, in terms of turbidity,
Yeah.
I can't speak to that. In terms of suspended solids, in milligrams per litre, they made an assessment of what that was in terms of background.
Okay. But you weren't involved in that.
No.
Can I go to your formula on page 7 of your report?
Yep.
That formula describes how much sediment is stirred up by a wave. If I was to describe it in layman's terms, that's what that formula does.
That's right.
There is in the formula, under the first sentence, in that formula in the box underneath the first sentence, there's a KT parameter.
That's right.
In the formula. If the KT parameter in the formula is a large number, then it will effectively suppress resuspension, won't it?
That's right. So KT is it's a Michaelis-Menten function, so that what happens is when there is insufficient concentration or abundance of sediments at the bottom to be resuspended, the rate of resuspension slows, because resuspension doesn't discriminate between whether it's a particle you've recently put there or a bed particle.
That parameter can be established by measuring and modelling and comparing ambient conditions, can it?
Yeah, that parameter in this case was applied based on previous work we've done in Port Phillip Bay, Western Arm.
Which previous work?
That we did for Seagrass Project, Lee et al. So
That's the Lee work.
Yeah, there are 3 parameters of interest: the erosion rate, KT, and what the critical shear is.
And that's your work or the work?
No, that's work that we did for that project.
Thank you. The work that you did to model suspended sediment was used by Dr. Wallace for the purposes of calculating turbidity. And,
correct.
It's limited, isn't it, to the 4 points that are depicted in the graphic that goes with that?
Provided a graphic of the median plume,
yeah,
and a graphic of the 4 points, or data for the 4 points,
yeah,
that are along the edge of the Ramsar site.
Yeah. And it's right, isn't it, that only the 50th percentile of the suspended sediments is used in the SEES?
Correct.
Not the 95th percentile?
No.
Which is a bigger area over a shorter time?
It is, but it can be very misleading.
Yes. You didn't do that in the first EES either, did you?
No.
You were asked by the committee to produce that as part of your evidence.
I don't recall that specifically, but I think it was shown.
It was ultimately produced, wasn't it?
I would have to check. I don't recall.
Okay. If it was produced, you were the modeler producing it.
Yes.
Have you done the 95th percentile here?
For this? Yeah, I probably have done the 95th percentile.
Um,
Sorry, I didn't give that answer. I've done the 95th percentile. I generally generate a series of graphics.
you've shown the 50th percentile everywhere for 8 weeks. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
You could have shown the 95th percentile in the same way.
Yes, but as I said, I think it's more difficult to interpret and can be misleading.
Misleading to whom?
Well, what that means, if you run the 95th percentile,
Yep.
is that it's not clear whether you're talking about an hour a day, whether you're talking about multiple hours a week, or you're talking about multiple days. So what was done instead was to look at the time series and the distinct peaks and troughs in the time series and the averages related to those.
Can I take you now to the conclave?
Sure.
The recommendation 6 on page 5. These are the matters that Dr. Gard said should have been incorporated in the model inputs. See that?
Yes.
I just want to be clear. These are all things that could have been done, correct? They're not. There's no technical reason they couldn't have been.
They can be done, yes,
Yeah.
in the model.
And it's not the case, isn't it, that the model, even as constructed now, couldn't provide this information?
Just be specific about which information you're talking about.
The 95th percentile impact plots to give an indication of acute effects. That could be run, couldn't it?
You can do that.
You could use the model to identify a worst case scenario.
If you define what that scenario was, yes.
You could use, you could produce an assessment using the model of the variability in the production of the rate of the backhoe in order to see what happens in different scenarios.
You could.
And from the modelling point of view, that's not a particularly complex task.
In terms of inputs?
Yeah.
If you could define them, I think the most difficult task is defining what that change should be from what has been done.
Okay. And in relation to recommendation 6, I think at the top of the page, on page 6, it's agreed that there is hour-to-hour and day-to-day variability in backhoe production. This has not been represented in the model since the average value has been used. You could do that.
You could, if you could define what that variability is.
You don't think it's possible to define that variability?
That's not my place to say how you would define that.
Whose place is it?
It would be a source term. Someone more familiar with the operation of the dredge.
I see. So that might be Dr. Wallace.
Correct.
Okay. And in the 4th from the bottom, where it's agreed that variability due to weather is also significant in Corio Bay, and both the variability in backhoe production and weather are significant, you could model for that.
We've modelled the weather variability, yes. The backhoe production variability, you could model that.
I think I've asked you about the 90th percentile. Last one. So in recommendation 8 on PDF 10, you agreed that 14-day and 30-day averages were appropriate, but there also should be a discussion of peak events. And Dr. Gard recommends that a range of turbidity percentiles at the 20th, 50th and 80th percentile should be considered.
My response to that would be I'm only really concerned in terms of what they mean for the refinement of the model. I think those matters are more to Paul Gard and Dr. Ian Wallace. Dr. Paul Gard, I should say, and Dr. Ian Wallace. Yep.
Okay, thank you. They're the matters.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Finanzio. Mr. Townsend, did you have
I've
any?
just got one question which I can bundle as one, because you've just answered a series of questions out of recommendation 6 and 8, where you answered in the language could do.
Yes.
I'd like you to answer the same questions with your opinion as to whether you should do for the EES that work, in your opinion.
In my opinion, I don't think you should. I think we've defined enough of what the likely outcomes are, and that the variability in the wind is perhaps the most dominant factor in the likely variability of the plumes reaching the Ramsar site, and that has been included by the variation in winds during the 2-month period we have simulated.
Yes, we do need you back
Sure.
after Dr. Gard has presented his evidence. So we'll take our lunch break now until 1:40.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are we all ready? Yep. Ready for you, Mr. Finanzio.
Thank you. Well, we'll call Dr. Gard, who's taken up a spot in the witness chair. Dr. Gard, can you tell the committee your full name, please?
Dr. Paul Gard.
And what is your current occupation?
Coastal engineer.
And from where do you conduct business?
In Brisbane, Australia.
Now, the acoustics in this room are not great, so could I invite you, before we get into anything beyond your name and where you're from, to just speak up a little bit, project your voice as far as you can. Are you the author of a report dated 28 November 2024 filed in these proceedings?
Yes, I am.
Does that report contain a statement of your experience and qualifications?
Yes, it does.
Does it also set out your responses to questions asked by Harwood Andrews in that report?
Yes, it does.
Are there any corrections that you want to make to that report?
No.
Okay. Do you adopt that report as your principal evidence in this case?
Yes, I do.
Did you participate in a conclave of expert witnesses with Dr. Yates and Dr. Wallace? And did you participate in the preparation of a note or conclave report which bears the signature of the three of you?
Yes, I did.
And does that document accurately reflect matters agreed and disagreed by you in that conclave report?
Yes, it does.
All right. Well, with all of those formalities over and done with, I'm just going to ask Dr. Gard to provide a brief summary of his findings and his opinions. Thank you, Dr. Gard.
Thanks, Mr. Finanzio. And thanks also to the panel for your time. By way of background, as mentioned, I have 16 years experience as a coastal engineering consultant. I've specialised in the development, calibration, and validation of numerical modelling systems for environmental impact assessments. I also have a significant experience in the measurement of background turbidity, the hydrodynamic parameters, wave parameters, and also in detailed measurements of dredging-related plumes that are actually produced during dredging. I've reviewed the modelling work undertaken for both the EES and the SES, and overall, although the proponent has undertaken a substantial amount of additional work. In my view, there are some significant deficiencies in the modelling that have been conducted for the SEES, both in the validation of the model and the treatment of uncertainty in the modelling predictions. In this presentation, I'll focus on the elements where there's still areas of disagreement after the preparation of the conclave report. So in my view, there are two very important elements in determining the suitability of a modelling study undertaken as part of the environmental effects statement. The first element is establishing the model is sufficiently accurate and is able to reproduce the most important physical parameters in the system. And the second element is assessing how that model is then used, whether it's properly considered all of the various sources of uncertainty in the model inputs and in the model parameterization in order to make a sound assessment of the overall environmental risk. So on that first aspect of assessing model suitability, in my view, there's been insufficient validation of the numerical modelling, in particular with respect to waves. So in my experience, it's standard practice to confirm your model can reproduce the physical wave parameters. That generally includes the significant wave height, the wave period, and the direction. The waves generate forces on the seabed that in conjunction with currents cause sediment to be mobilized and transported. And although the proponent has included those wave effects, there's no direct validation of those wave parameters presented in the reports. So there's no evidence that the wave-related forces on the seabed are the correct magnitude. So Dr. Yates stated in his expert witness report that his model's predictions of the wave-related bed shear stress were consistent with those presented in a previous study by Jacobs, which included some swan modelling. I don't recall discussing that comparison in the conclave, but in any case, comparing the...
Sorry, can you just say that again? I asked Dr. Yates whether Jacobs was discussed in the conclave, and he said that he mentioned it. Can you just, I think you just said that you don't recall it being discussed. Can you?
Yeah, I don't recall a discussion of the Jacobs report.
Was a copy of it furnished to you?
No.
Have you looked for a copy of it?
I have looked online. I wasn't able to find a public copy. So in the presentation earlier today, Dr. Yates presented comparisons of bed shear stress magnitude from waves from the two models, side by side, his model and the Jacobs model, but no magnitude scale was provided on the Jacobs output. So,
where did he do that?
It's on PDF page 30 of the presentation.
Of his presentation
Yes.
today?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to find that. Is that document? I think that's document 84, PDF 30. Can you put that up? It's going to go up on the screen. What you're referring to the map of bed shear stress?
Yeah, on the right-hand side, there's a figure that superficially looks the same as the left-hand side, but there's no magnitude scale provided for those color contours.
Right.
So without that information, it's not possible to say how consistent the two models are. But in any event, a comparison of magnitude of bed shear stress from two wave models is not the same as comparing model output with measured waves.
So you trailed off then, sorry.
So comparing two models is not the same as comparing one model with measurements.
Okay, go on, sorry.
So in addition, although the validation information on currents provided in the November 2024 hydronumerics report is more detailed than that presented in the EES and the SEES technical reports, the current direction in the model does not always match the measured current direction. And in my view, that should have been discussed further in the technical report A of the SEES in terms of what that means for the model impact predictions. In the SEES, there was only one current validation plot presented. It only compared the modelled and measured depth average current magnitude, not the measured and modelled current directions. So in my view, more of those validation plots from the November 2024 hydrodynamics numerics report should have been included in that SEES technical report A and discussed further. The modelling prepared by the proponent does not include the ambient or the background suspended sediment. So they've only modelled the movement of the dredging related suspended sediment. Increasingly, it's industry best practice to include that background sediment in the model. The reason for that is it gives you a number of advantages. You can tune the parameters in the model, such as the wave related bed roughness, the erosion rate for each of the sediment size fractions, and the settling velocities of the different sediment sizes in the model. It also gives you a mechanism for reproducing the mixing that occurs in reality between the ambient suspended sediment and the dredging related suspended sediment. So if you haven't included the ambient suspended sediment in your model, it's hard to know how much of the sediment being resuspended from the seabed in, for example, a storm event is dredge sediment, how much is likely to be ambient sediment. So, and if you don't include that modelling of the background turbidity, when you're assessing how much light will be available for seagrass and other sensitive receptors, you have to decide what is a reasonable assumption for the background ambient turbidity. In the SEES technical report A single value of 1.8 milligrams per litre was assumed to be the background concentration everywhere and at all times, which is not a realistic assumption when you're trying to calculate both the light availability and the turbidity, since in reality it'll vary both spatially and temporally. So that's the first aspect of model suitability related to validation. The second aspect is assessing model treatment of uncertainty, which is arguably the most important consideration when determining the overall level of environmental risk. There are some useful guidelines here that have been developed over the last several years. A substantial amount of work was done by the West Australian Marine Science Institution, which included development of some guidelines by the WEPA for dredge plume modelling, which have been widely adopted across Australia in these sorts of studies. Those guidelines are underpinned by a CSIRO guideline on dredge plume modelling too, which is relevant. So those guidelines outline the three main sources of uncertainty, which are discussed in my expert witness report, which is environmental variability, the model parameter uncertainty, and the source term uncertainty. On the first of those, the environmental variability. So in the SEES, the proponent presented results of impact modelling for only one 8-week period. That period was August and September, which actually overlaps spring rather than winter, which I think in the mitigation measures, the proponents actually explicitly stated they won't be undertaking dredging in September. So there's a question mark about the suitability. One 8-week period does not also reflect the potential variability in weather conditions that might be experienced during the dredging campaign. So the EES did present results from the 2 periods, but again, this doesn't encompass the full range of variability that may be encountered during the dredging operation. So the proponent did model a few different options for different wind fields in the EES, including ones that were based on winds measured at Geelong and measured winds at Avalon. But that's not the same as modeling many different weather patterns that might encompass the full range of interannual variability, both between seasons and within seasons. So in my view, it's best practice to show that the periods have been chosen for the impact assessment are representative of the typical conditions that are likely to be encountered during dredging. I think there also needs to be discussion on how variable those conditions are for a given season. So in other words, asking the question, is there much interannual variability in those conditions? And if there is some significant variability between seasons, then in my, and also within a particular season, that in my view, there should be multiple modelling periods assessed to encompass the range of those conditions. So the second source of uncertainty is the model parameters. This sort of uncertainty can be reduced if the model is well validated, but in this case, the proponent hasn't demonstrated the model's able to reproduce the waves. And in addition, because the modelling doesn't include the ambient suspended sediment, it's hard to know whether the appropriate choices have been made for parameters such as the sediment abundance parameter, KT, which is used in the proponent's wave model to suppress the resuspension rate, and also parameters such as the erosion rate parameter for each of the sediment fractions. So there are a lot of parameters to be set there within a sediment transport model, and in the absence of modelling ambient suspended sediment, then I consider a considerable amount of sensitivity testing on those model parameters should have been carried out. The proponents also asserted that the ambient turbidity in Corio Bay is generally low, but in the EES, there were some measurements of elevated turbidity up to 40 NTU. That's in figure 521 of the technical report A in the EES. And then in the SEES technical report A.
Hang on a second,
Sorry.
what was that reference? What was that reference to the EES?
So on figure 521 of the technical report A, PDF page 91 of technical report A. And in addition, the SEES technical report A, section 8126 on PDF page 141, there's reference to EPA measurements of suspended sediment up to 31 milligrams per litre, which is a relatively high level of suspended sediment. So the third type of source term uncertainty is the source terms for the dredging release. So the proponent has assumed a particular size of dredge will be used on the project, and the size and the type of the dredge is probably the most important element to consider in deriving those likely dredging plume source generation rates. The proponents also assumed a particular value for the dry density of the sediment to be dredged, which the definition of that is the amount of dry sediment in each cubic metre of the in situ sediment to be dredged. Ideally, those would be measurements of the dry density of the material, but I wasn't able to find any of those. But in the absence of those measurements, the value of the dry density will be expected to vary in reality throughout the volume of the material that is to be dredged. The amount of the sediment that's released into the water by the dredger will depend on both the density of the sediment and the degree of consolidation of that sediment. So if that density of the material varies throughout the different parts of the dredge volume, the amount of sediment released into the water by the dredge will vary. In addition, the production rate of the dredge is not constant in reality. The modelers have averaged the production of sediment over the whole dredging campaign. So that's smoothed out the sediment release as a function of time, whereas in reality there are pulses of sediment released over time as the dredge starts and stops due to regular downtime periods, due to both maintenance and other conflicting barge movements, etc. On many projects, I've done this sort of modelling as part of environmental effects assessments, but then I've also, during projects, measured the suspended sediment plumes that are produced during dredging to validate the numerical modelling. And I've found there's often a significant difference between what was assumed in the impact assessment and what was actually produced during dredging. So I think it's important to recognise that there's variability in that impact assessment phase of a project. Another source of uncertainty introduced is the interpretation of the model outputs. So the model gives you statistics on the amount of suspended sediment related to dredging in the water, but then that needs to be turned into a measure of light availability for seagrass and other sensitive biological receptors. To go from that amount of suspended sediment, you have to account for the background if you haven't modelled it, and then from there you have to use an empirical relationship to turn that total suspended sediments value into a measure of turbidity, water cloudiness, and then you need another empirical relationship to go from that into a percentage of light that reaches the seabed depending on the depth. So in both those cases, the proponent has used multiple different empirical relationships for each stage of that project over the process over the EES and SEES. And the underlying data behind those relationships does not show very strong correlations. So therefore, that's a major source of uncertainty, in my opinion. So overall, I think the modelling study is too definitive on its assessment of the magnitude and the significance of the environmental effects due to the project. The contributions of the various sources of uncertainty I've talked about have not been comprehensively dealt with. In summary, that's not enough validation and insufficient number of scenarios for different weather conditions, effects of parameter uncertainty, and the source rate uncertainty. So the WA EPA guidelines outline a clear framework for dealing with those sources of uncertainty. They recommend modelling a range of scenarios, undertaking thorough sensitivity testing to determine an expected case and a worst case. And crucially, it's useful to present those environmental outcomes using a zonation scheme, which maps out the areas of impact where some changes to ecology are expected, and an area of influence where plumes might be present at times, but no environmental effects are expected. And that's where the map of the 95th percentile of the turbidity can be useful, because that can indicate a zone of influence where you can expect to see plumes, but where you don't expect necessarily to see environmental effects. So although a worst case was considered in the SEES, the implications of the worst case were not fully worked through in terms of what that means for the ecology. The detailed calculations on what the model results imply for light availability were only carried out at 4 locations along the edge of the Ramsar area. But there's no technical reason why those light availability calculations could not have been carried out throughout the model domain, and then those impacts could have been presented using those more informative zonation scheme for both the expected case and for a worst case. And that would have assisted the panel and the decision makers in this process to get an indication of the range of possible outcomes for the environment based on all of the possible inputs and all of the different sources of uncertainty that are present in both the model and some of the empirical relationships that have been used. We did actually agree in the conclave report that that worst case considered in the SEES should be further worked through to assess the environmental effects more fully. So in my view, that worst case should also consider variability in the weather conditions, the variability in the plume source rate, the uncertainty in those light availability calculations, and the variability in the background turbidity. In conclusion, my view is that additional work needs to be undertaken to demonstrate that those conclusions presented in the SEES are robust, given all of the uncertainty in the environmental variability, that source term uncertainty, and the uncertainty in model parameterization. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Townsend, you've indicated around an hour of questions.
Yeah, I think it'll be less than that. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Dr. Gard. My name's Chris Townsend. I'm a barrister asking questions on behalf of the proponent. But I just wanted to you just mentioned something was agreed in the conclave about the worst case needing to be further assessed for the assessment of environmental effects. Where is that agreement in the conclave? Can you just take me to that passage?
I'll just load up that document.
I can say, if it helps, under recommendation 8, you say further work required to establish potential variability in the dredging plume resource rate to fully work through implications of a worst case scenario. Yeah.
So on conclusion on recommendation 8, the last paragraph agreed that additional calculations should be provided to discuss the worst case scenarios in terms of light.
Yeah, so what you said was for the EES. Can we just agree on this? There's a difference between ability to do further work or discuss or further calculations. There's something you can do, and an agreement that you need that at this stage of the process to assess environmental effects. Without going to that particular issue, you understand the difference in my question?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you described it, you added those words for the assessment of environmental effects, meaning now that's not what I read there, is it?
Well, I read there that additional calculations should be provided to discuss those worst case scenarios.
Yes. Where does it say now, as in before the prediction of environmental effects is finalised?
Well, if you're going to do them at any time, it would make sense to do them before you make a decision.
Makes sense for you. It's not what I'm asking you is that's not what's written there, is it? Just want to be clear on the language, Dr. Gard. It's not, you can read it. I'm just saying it doesn't say what you said it says.
I believe that means that additional calculations should be undertaken.
You can say it's what you meant. Would you prefer that?
Well, if there's any calculations to be undertaken, they do need to be undertaken at an appropriate time.
Yeah, which I've got some questions for you about later on in these questions about appropriate times and modelling. But I think I'm sure the committee's clear on my question there. It's about the actual words written, not about the general principle, which I'm happy to question you about. But let me come back at it this way. First of all, I did go through your CV and look at the jobs, and you've had a fair bit of experience in dredging, modelling dredging programs. Are they all Queensland and New Guinea?
They would be, yes.
Would be, or they are?
They would not all be. In terms of dredging impacts, then yes, it would be.
Right. So have you ever contributed to any work assessing dredging impacts in Port Phillip Bay or in Victorian waters?
No, I have not.
No. Have you ever been involved in any assessment, therefore, I'll take them out as, but Corio Bay?
No, I have not.
No. Have you inspected Corio Bay?
I have driven past Corio Bay. I have not physically been on a boat inspecting.
Okay. Did you do that for the purposes of this?
No, I have
evidence?
No.
Did you do any field work or personal research or investigation into Port Phillip Bay and or Corio Bay for the purposes of this assessment?
No, it's a desktop assessment.
And when you say desktop assessment, really it's kind of reading the work that's been provided, in the SES and in conjunction with it in the EES and making comments from your perspective based on that work only.
Yes, that's right. Given the very short time frames.
And I'm going to ask you a question based on your CV and the projects you've referred to, and there's some pretty substantial projects there. Port of Gladstone, for example, and others, Townsville Port expansion and reclaimed land areas and the like. Is it fair to say in general principle that when you've been involved in assessing numerical modelling for hydrodynamics in any of those situations, that there have been different energy environments in the water that you're dealing with?
Yeah. That is generally true, yes.
And can we proceed on questions, because it helps me, in agreeing that you can have higher and lower energy environments in water bodies?
Yes, that is true.
And would you describe Corio Bay as at the higher end or at the lower end of an energy environment, water energy environment?
It is a lower energy environment.
Yeah. Now, in this matter, your desktop assessment, when were you engaged and asked to review matters on behalf of the school?
I would have to refer to my expert report.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if I could have found it there myself. I'm sorry, I am asking.
18th of November.
Yeah, 18th of November 2024.
Correct.
Yeah. So we heard some questioning earlier about some further information that was provided through Dr. Yates in response to questions that were specifically asked on behalf of the school of the model. And they were produced, I don't know when the answers were provided, but they found their way into a November draft of Dr. Yates' work. You've seen that work, and I think you heard that questioning earlier.
The November 2024 hydrodynamics numerics report, yes.
But so far as it responded to questions from the school, were they questions that you'd advised on or assisted the school with?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. All right. So when you became involved November 18th, that was the first time you're involved
Yes.
in this assessment for your desktop assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So then you were asked, in doing that, you're asked to review the way your instructions were set out, asked you to review certain documents, including the report from the Independent Advisory Committee on the last time around and the Minister's direction. And I assume you did do that. Yeah. And when you're assessing the report of the IAC, did you read the whole report?
I read the sections of the report that were relevant to hydrodynamics.
And in particular, no doubt, you read the regional hydrodynamic model section, and I'm on hard copy, but pages 49 through to 52 of that report.
Yes, I believe so.
And as I understand it, on that occasion, it was a Dr. McCowan had done a desktop analysis, I assume, of the model on that occasion on behalf of the school.
I believe so, yes.
And but in all events, the first time you were asked by the school to look at it, we understand, is November 18th.
That's correct.
And so, what's that, just less than a month ago?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so, when you reviewed the IAC report, what, if anything, did you understand the IAC to have said about the need to calibrate the model against wave action or waves?
I don't believe that was mentioned in the IAC report.
And did you look at Dr. McCowan's work that had been provided on the last occasion?
I've reviewed it to the extent that it appears referenced in the IAC report.
Yeah. So certainly I'd suggest to you, and I think you can agree, it was not a finding on the last occasion by the IAC that a calibration was required to measure waves in Corio Bay, was it?
Correct.
And indeed, you appreciate that at that point, the model had also been independently peer reviewed.
Correct.
And are you able to tell the committee whether at any point through that a criticism was raised of the first preparation of the model on account of it not separately measuring wave action in Corio Bay?
No, I don't believe there was any mention of that.
And I take it you then did review the minister's directions as you're asked to do?
Yes, I did.
And what did the minister's directions ask for the calibration of the model as it affects measuring wave action in Corio Bay?
The minister's directions did not include any reference to calibration for waves.
Now, let me just give you an open question on this, and it might save a fair few questions. I suggest to you, Dr. Gard, that in some cases it might be very important to separately measure waves, but it's at least a logical possibility, isn't it, Dr. Gard, that in this case, the absence of any other expert saying you need to separately measure waves in this case is because of the low wave action known and the low energy environment of this part of Corio Bay.
It is possible. I can't speak on behalf of other peer reviewers.
I didn't ask you to. I said it's at least a logical response, isn't it?
That is one possible response, yes.
So it is the case, isn't it, as you heard in an answer my friend asked Dr. Yates, that when you are preparing a model in any circumstance for hydrodynamics, you do make some judgments about what parameters should go in and what elements of the physical environment need to be more carefully the focus of the model, don't you?
Yes, you do.
And it would appear to me, I suggest to you, that in this case, nobody up till now has thought that waves were a critical component for separate measurement in this model.
I do believe that is true, yes.
Now, it is the case also, isn't it, that so far as the minister's directions are concerned, and I'm sure you're familiar with these without me having to screen share them, but for those that are directly concerned with the model direction 2, as I understand it, it's the case that you accept that work has been done in terms of what was actually asked to be done, as opposed to the matters you've raised separately as concerns.
To the extent that I've agreed to that in the conclave report.
Yes. Well, perhaps I can be a little more specific. You agree, don't you, that the EES has now got an integrated set of wind data more accurately representing wind at the subject site?
Yes.
And you agree that more detailed horizontal resolution has now been included in the model to represent the Hopetoun and North channels?
In the areas of those channels, yes.
Yes. Well, I'm reading from the direction.
Yes.
Hopetoun and North channels.
Yes.
It's yes? Yeah. That there's more detailed vertical resolution. You saw the showing it to represent the discharge plumes in shallow waters more accurately. It's not an issue you've taken issue with. That the effects of the presence of the FSRU on currents have been further assessed and indeed were through the conclave and further information provided to you.
Yes.
And there was a peer review.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to come back to some of your experience in other projects, and I know it's a slightly different model in Queensland, so I don't mean to make this some kind of a statutory test, but relying on your experience as someone preparing models rather than the actual system as such. But my interest in my question is in your experience where you have been asked to prepare models in association with dredging programs, have you, in that work you've done in the past, then engaged in advising on mitigation measures in conjunction with the model parameters and the model outcomes you've identified?
Not usually. I have had
Yeah.
some input, but not
Yeah.
directly usually.
So is the practice that you're familiar with similar to with Dr. Yates here, that you prepare your model and give the model for others to apply, but you prepare the model absent of mitigations?
That's not entirely true. I do have some input into potential mitigations.
Okay.
We usually aren't able to model many of them, but there's often a discussion.
Yeah. So do I take it from that answer that if you were doing a desktop review of the model, as you did in this case, that you're limiting yourself to the model, or are you inquiring also into the outcomes of how the model was used and what advice has therefore been prepared through the technical report, including mitigation measures?
There is sometimes some discussion.
Not sometimes, in this case. Then.
Sorry, if you could repeat the question. Then.
In this case.
Repeat the question then, please.
Yeah. In this case, did you do a desktop peer review of the model, or did you think it was appropriate and go further and look at how's the model actually been used for the technical report, including through to mitigation measures?
I did not focus very much on the mitigation measures. I did read some of the mitigation.
Well, when you say didn't focus very much on, there's no mention in your witness statement at all to the mitigation measures, is there?
No, that's right.
Yeah. And so it is the fact, isn't it, that in your experience, as here, that the preparation of a model, and in this case a hydrodynamic model, is one input into an assessment of impacts on the marine environment, but not the only input. That's right.
Yes, it does underpin some of the other aspects. Mm-hmm.
But in sometimes the answer to how detailed the model is or needs to be depends on the proposed operation, the project, and indeed the intended mitigation measures.
I would argue that they're separate considerations.
Yeah. I'd agree they're separate. I didn't say they weren't separate. What I've just asked you is that if you're assessing effects of a project, you've got the model in your left hand, but it's also separately relevant to have a look at what the project is, what's intended in terms of its impacts, to know how much detail or what information you need to take from the model.
Well, we'll often be directed by others as to what level of detail is required.
Yeah. Have you looked at the mitigation measures since you've written your report?
Well, they have been. I did read them before preparation of the report, but I have also looked at them this morning.
Why did you read them?
It does form part of the overall consideration for the project.
Well, okay. I mean, did you read them today because you heard us referring to them, or did you read them before you wrote your witness statement?
No, I read them before I wrote the witness statement. It was discussed in the conclave too, that silk curtains may be considered.
Yeah. But just going back to your witness statement, forget the conclave came later. Why did you read the mitigation measures when you were preparing your witness statement?
To get a overall view of what the overall management measures were for the project.
Yeah. But nevertheless, you don't mention them at all in that witness statement, do you?
No, because it's not directly relevant to the modelling.
Yeah. So I think I've probably gone in full circle, but just to round it off and in fairness to you, the point you're making is that you, in providing your evidence in this matter, despite having read the mitigation measures, you confined your evidence to the desktop review of the model itself, and you excluded any consideration you'd had or knowledge you had of the mitigation measures.
I was not directed to review the mitigation measures, so I didn't comment on them.
Yeah. well, maybe you were, maybe you weren't. I'm really asking what you did. Let me give you the question again. You were aware of the mitigation measures. You had read them when you wrote your witness statement, but you confined your evidence to comment purely on the model without any reference or consideration of the mitigation measures.
Well, in my experience, an environmental effects statement.
No, I'm not asking whether it's your experience yet. In this case, is that what you did? It's okay if you did it. I'm not having a go. I'm trying to understand what you did. As I understand it, in this case, you were aware of the mitigation measures, but you chose in writing your witness statement to focus on the preparation of the model only and not to comment or include any conclusions or comment based on the proposed mitigations.
Correct.
That's just a fact, isn't it?
Yes, I followed the directions I was given.
But nevertheless, for reasons you were describing, including your previous experience in Queensland, you accept that proposed mitigations and operation procedures are vital in the actual environmental effects of a project, and which in turn will have been informed by the model.
They should be developed in response to the findings of the modelling, but I believe the modelling is an independent assessment.
So you gave some evidence before where you said, you gave an example when you were talking about turbidity, and you explained that you had other projects where after the model, the dredging program had been undertaken and that you were then assessing water and you got different results. Remember saying something like that?
Yes, that's part of my experience.
Yeah. So I take it that another part of your experience is not just preparing models for predicting likely effects, but preparing real-time monitoring models, assessments during the life of projects.
Yes, it's common practice to provide a model validation report after the commencement of a project. Yep.
And that is a common practice, as you say, because in Queensland, probably in the world, and here, it is typical to have a model at a satisfactory level of resolution to predict likely effects, and then with projects to validate, monitor and confirm with the project in operation.
That's true.
And that's what you'd expect to happen here, isn't it?
Yes, with the, but I need to qualify that response.
Now, so when you come to your list of uncertainties that would apparently apply now, let me put it to you this way. Which of the uncertainties you've identified would not be either managed within the context of the application of the approved operation and mitigation measures, or ascertained, validated and able to be picked up in real-time monitoring and validation with the dredging in place?
Well, I believe that the weather variability needs to be fully assessed as part of the modelling, but really all of the sources of uncertainty for a decision to be made need to be in.
Let's explore weather variability then, shall we? So one thing we can all be sure of is the weather's going to be variable. And we know at Corio Bay, don't we, that in fact winds, for argument's sake, vary through the week, the direction of winds. In fact, if you lived on the coast in Melbourne, it's something we all understand. But you understand that we know, don't we, in applying this model, that in Corio Bay, the winds will vary through the course of any week.
That's correct.
Yeah. So we have a situation, don't we, where the prediction of environmental effects can be premised on the knowledge that we have a highly variable wind environment in Corio Bay.
Yes.
So you also heard that Dr. Yates, in knowing that, explained in his evidence, and he actually explained it today, that within the model on variability, there's a real interest in a particular direction from the southwest. And why is that?
Because advection of currents is likely to be in the direction of the Ramsar area.
Yeah.
That condition.
And did you hear him give his evidence that within the model as prepared, it even gets to a point of assuming 4 days of strong winds in a row from the southwest, which is not a typical event, but nonetheless is factored into the model because it is the one that's most likely to push plumes towards the Ramsar side.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is no discussion in his report, though, as to how common or uncommon that is.
Yes, but this is the point. Let me put it to you differently about how common. Can we just start with that? Do you understand and appreciate that this model includes a consideration of strong winds from the southwest constantly for 4 days?
That's Dr. Yates' evidence.
Yes. So you do understand?
Yes.
Yes. So when you're talking about variability, and the committee's trying to understand what they need to know more than 4 days of strong howling winds pushing the sediment towards the Ramsar site, are you talking about like storm events, are you? Or you're talking about stronger events than that, are you?
No, what I'm talking about is I'd expect to see in this sort of report a discussion of the interannual variability in conditions. Usually that's a long-term wind rose and evidence that the modelling has encompassed the full variety of conditions that may be experienced during the project.
But you see, this committee's being asked, we're focusing on dredging, right? The evidence is absolutely about dredging. This committee's being asked to deal with an approval that is concerned with dredging over an estimate of 8 weeks. In terms of some of the programs you've been involved with, can I suggest straight off that would be a relatively short period of time relative to some of the programs you've assessed?
Relative to some, yes.
Yes. And it's also targeted to particular times of the year.
Yes.
Supported by mitigation measures. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to ascertain for today, for environment effects assessment, if I know the wind might vary in that time, I know that I've got in my model 4 days of howling winds from the southwest, so I've got a pretty good indication I've got what's pushing it that way could happen. What am I missing? What is it that's preventing me from making a prediction about what mitigations we might need, what we might need to watch out for in an 8-week period that you would get from your further work?
Well, what's missing is it's just one 8-week period that doesn't include a full assessment of how variable the conditions can be.
That might be a fact. I'm trying to get some practical answer from you about how that might alter my mitigations, or my operations, or my strategy, as opposed to what's already exhibited as part of the project.
Well, in summary, if a variety of different 8-week periods had been modelled, there could have been a presentation of a range of outcomes for the sensitive receptors, ranging from a typical case to a worst case based on different weather conditions that might be experienced.
I'm sure you could. What I'm asking you is, who are you helping with that information in terms of the mitigations or the strategies that are needed to be in place for this 8-week program with variable winds and potentially constant strong winds from the southwest within that variable set of winds? I'm just trying to get some help from you about how I would be informed by having more scenarios.
It would help you to understand the full range of outcomes that may be experienced by the sensitive biological receptors.
Okay. So coming back to then resuspension, if I can call it that, and turbidity. First of all, just coming back to waves on this, you became involved on November the 18th. Did I understand you to have some criticism that you were unaware of the Jacobs 2020 report or in your answers before, or is that just, can we just accept that there is other information out there you won't have seen yet and it'll come to light?
The Jacobs 2024 report,
2020
report was not discussed in my.
Yeah, but it's your job. I mean, what I'm saying is it's you weren't aware of it before, but you are aware it exists now. That's just the fact, isn't it?
Well, it was described in Dr. Yates' evidence.
Yeah. But you see, the reason I was just a bit, I hoped you weren't being critical of anyone for that, was prior to your witness statement, no one else has said you needed to go and measure waves, have they, Dr. Gard?
The two other experts asked to provide reports have not.
No, so what I mean is it's a bit rough to say, oh, you just told me there was a wave report in 2020 when none of the work that the minister asked for or the IAC was concerned or directed at that information. Do you understand? It's because you've raised it that they've said, oh, there was something done in 2020.
Yes, potentially.
Yeah. Okay. Nonetheless, what you have seen is that even having done that exercise for you on account of what you've raised, as I've understood Dr. Yates' evidence, the allowance for wave action in his model by measuring fetch is quite consistent with the Jacobs model in the sense of that 30 centimetre peak wave in Corio Bay.
That's Dr. Yates' evidence. It is still just comparing one model with another model, though.
Yeah. Well, that's his evidence. You haven't got any evidence about your knowledge or research or understanding of wave action in Corio Bay at all, have you, Dr. Gard?
I have not researched waves in Corio Bay.
Can I assume that when one applies the West Australian EPA guidelines, which I haven't been to, that like all guidelines, they require a judgment about the particular circumstances and the model and the outcomes you're trying to achieve and the size of the project?
They provide a framework for assessment of the impact of.
Yeah, but I assume like other guidelines, they're not to be slavishly followed in every project. Experts like you are meant to make a judgment about what's necessary in the circumstances.
That's correct.
Have you reviewed the mitigation measures as they concern light monitoring for seagrass?
I believe I did look at them. I noticed that they haven't yet set thresholds because they haven't yet collected data on.
So
turbidity.
Can you just explain for what you understand by that? That there will be what do you mean by they haven't set thresholds yet?
Well, normally.
I know it's normal. Well, here.
If you repeat the question, then please.
Yeah. Well, you were aware. Well, perhaps I was unfair to you when I jumped in then because you were probably answering fairly, and I got distracted when you said normally. So my apologies. No, I'll go back. You did look at the proposed mitigations.
Not in detail, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Well, let me just put out. What are you criticising the proposed mitigation measure?
Well, normally it would have been best practice to have measured turbidity for this project as part of this assessment, that we.
Yeah, we're circling back, right, to what normally in best practice and what you do, and we're in an advanced stage. My question for you wasn't that. My question was to direct your attention that there is specific mitigation and mitigation measures in place for light attenuation that in turn do require further work.
Sure.
Okay. Similarly with volumes of dredge material, the amount dredged, the size of backhoes, the amount of volume that can be dredged with over a particular period of time. These are matters that's subject of detail in an operation and or construction environment management plan, aren't they?
It should be considered at the stage of
Yeah.
environmental effects assessment what
Well-
the dredging program will look like.
Well, it has been considered. So that's not my question to you. Assumptions have been made and it's been considered. What I'm putting to you that I expect is typical in Queensland as well, is that these details of operation, including machinery, volumes, rates, hours per day, these are typically and necessarily matters for detail in what we call an operations environment management plan. And I assume it's the same in your experience in Queensland.
Well, I usually would have more information on the expected amount of downtime, for example, of a dredge. That's commonly provided at the stage of an environmental effects
All
statement.
right, well,
Operation.
perhaps I'll assist more this way. You haven't applied any assumptions in your evidence, have you? You haven't given any rates or made any suggestion about expected volumes for the purposes of your desktop assessment, have you?
Well, I have said that if a typical amount of downtime for a backhoe dredge was used, the plume source rate could have been up to 43% higher in the modelling.
Yeah. Sure. Now, did you hear what my question was? You haven't from your experience said, here are typical rates per hour, here's a particular size that should be applied in the model, have you?
I've said that the assumptions that are presented in the report regarding the backhoe operation are different from what I would normally use, which is a assumed amount of downtime.
Well, I'll just, look, this is not going to be a big deal for us in our submission, but just so the committee's clear on the question. What do you mean downtime?
The amount of time that a backhoe dredge is expected to not be operating.
Yeah. And when you say amount of time it's not expected to be operating, there could be a whole series of reasons depending on the project as to why there's downtime.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. So what I'm focusing on here is not so much downtime for some other reason, but controls on volumes in a program to, in turn, help control the amount of sediment being returned to the environment. Understand that?
Do you mean productivity rates
Yes,
of dredging?
maybe that's a better way I should be putting it. Yep. Correct?
Well, what was the question?
Well, I'm just trying to differentiate downtime, meaning the program for some reason is just not operating, and what I'm talking about, which is an operation environment management plan that includes conditions and controls on productivity rates based on the time you can dredge or the amount of time you can dredge in a particular hour or in a particular period.
Well, there are assumptions made at this stage of a project, which would usually characterise the typical operation of the plant that's considered
All right.
most
Well,
likely to be undertaking the dredging.
again, we're getting circular. So, but back to my mitigation measures, you appreciate there is a mitigation measure concerned with overspill rates. That does in turn, based on well, for a whole range of other feedback, influence the productivity rates.
Yes, but normally the mitigation measures would be informed by a proper assessment of environmental risk undertaken as part of the environmental effects statement.
Yeah. All right. Now, I just want to check on a you a couple of times described best practice and industry practice. This is a simple question. Can the committee proceed on the basis that when you've said best practice, you are expressing your opinion about best practice?
Yes.
Yeah. There's not some document or industry standard or that you're relying on when you have said either industry best practice or best practice for the purpose of your evidence today?
Well, I have observed that the guidelines that are originally proposed by the WAPA and underpinned by the CSIRO guideline are being commonly adopted across Australia for these sorts of approaches.
Well, I can name a number of guidelines that are commonly adopted across Australia. Dr. Gard, when you have said today best practice or industry best practice, I think you gave me a fair answer, but I'd like you to give it again. What you meant was what Dr. Gard thinks is industry best practice, correct?
That's right. It's my opinion.
Now, my last one's about ambient levels of turbidity. What do you understand about the monitoring program for seagrass as proposed in mitigation measures, as it would distinguish between background levels of turbidity or turbidity caused by the dredging?
I haven't reviewed in detail what's proposed. I do know that 12 months of data of both light availability and turbidity, I believe, will be collected prior to dredging.
That's it. It wasn't my question, but it's also an important point. I appreciate the answer. There's a 12-month collection of data that before you're allowed to dredge in the first place. But what I'm asking you is, when you then measure live during the project, light attenuation, what's your understanding about whether the mitigation measure is concerned with what's coming from the dredge or what's just what it's measuring that's in the environment?
I haven't reviewed the mitigation measures in detail. I do believe that a threshold for action or mitigation or reactive management has not been set.
And lastly, this is just a question for me to understand, and I appreciate your answer, but because it's probably largely hypothetical based for a whole lot of other operational and occupational health and safety reasons that I have no familiarity with at all. But I just want you to assume for a minute that dredging's occurring during an episodic event. And perhaps if I'll introduce it this way, you saw Dr. Yates' evidence that showing you can have local increases in turbidity in the environment, but the way Port Phillip Bay works, you can also have quite regional elevations of turbidity. So assuming I'm in the second, I'm putting aside the practicalities of being able to do it. What are the implications of dredging if the background levels are already elevated above the level that the seagrass would prefer, and assuming for present purposes we're not in the growth season, just for the sake of the question? In a sense, my question is, doesn't it really negate the impact if the background levels are so high that you're adding to them within an event?
Well, that's an interesting point. Usually that's one of the advantages of modelling background when we do these sorts of modelling studies, because what we can do is model background, including a range of conditions. Then we can model with dredging as well, and we can look at how the percentiles of the turbidity in the model change due to dredging, and therefore we're only assessing the impact of dredging and not the impact of background conditions.
Sure, but if you just humour me on a more practical question, it's not really a modelling question. I'm just trying to understand, if I'm predicting the environmental effects, wouldn't I be less concerned about sediment when levels are very elevated because it's in a storm event than I would at other times of the year, or when in calmer conditions, when my plume or my sediment might reduce light attenuation?
Yes, you would, but I don't think that's relevant to this modelling assessment.
Well, I didn't, as I think I introduced the question, I was really trying to understand a practical answer rather than the modelling assessment. But it does interest me in the context of your both the reference to no worst case and also the 95th percentile for the same point. I'm just trying to understand what we're really getting in terms of information for this stage of the process to worry about worst case scenario when I've got a managed program over 8 weeks that I would have thought is much more concerned with trying to get the project delivered within more typical conditions.
Sorry, is there a question?
Yeah.
Could you repeat it, please?
I'm trying. Why do I need a worst case?
Oh, well, you need a worst case because you've got a lot of uncertainty in every aspect of the model inputs and
you say a lot of uncertainty, and these are your opinions, but I'm really asking you to be quite crisp. A lot of uncertainty is just like a broad wrap-up opinion.
Well, no.
Exactly how this committee what judgment would it be making now about predicting the likely environmental effects 8 week, measuring these plumes to see a worst case, which might be some kind of storm? We're probably not even dredging, but what by that?
Well, the worst case is specifically designed in a proper process, which I think is very well set out in the WA-EPA guidelines and the CSI
I'm just asking your
guidelines.
evidence. Yeah.
So I think there's a very useful guide there to handling uncertainty, and the modelling of a typical case and a worst case brackets the potential environmental outcomes for the sensitive receptors.
I could agree with you if we were talking about general guidelines and every project in Australia and the world, and it might be important to do it, depending on how long you're going to run that project, whatever. My question's here. We've got an 8 week program, identify a particular time of year with mitigation measures, with all sorts of practical implications of operating during a cyclone. So what's this committee need to know practically, not how the model would have more information in it? What is it that we don't understand about the potential implications of this project that we need from your worst case?
Well, practically, they do not have a very clear indication of what a typical outcome may be for the environment in terms of light availability, in terms of effects on all sensitive receptors, and then a worst case, which takes the more conservative assumptions that could have been taken throughout that process and works that out in terms of implications for the environment receptors.
Is it fair to say that this is an example, when you're referring to the absence of a worst case, of the approach you've taken, and you've been clear you've taken, which is to focus on the information provided absent of the proposed mitigations?
The proposed mitigations are usually developed in response to the results of the modelling assessment.
You keep saying usually and normally, and go back to the guidelines. We can do that all day long, right? What I'm asking you, Dr. Gard, is this. When you have said you need a worst case here, is that consistent with the way you gave your evidence? The answer you gave me before was saying because you're not applying the mitigation measures that would actually prevent things happening in the worst case.
Well, it is common practice to model without respect to the mitigation.
Common practice, ordinary, usual, boring, right? I've just asked you, is it the case here that when you're giving that sort of evidence, common practice, usual, guidelines, that it's consistent with the answer you gave me earlier, that you are advising this committee absent of, without consideration of the actual proposed mitigations for this project?
The modelling has not undertaken or included the mitigation measures.
And likewise, your recommendations about what the modelling could also have are not taking account of the proposed mitigations.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Member Carlisle.
Any re-examination at this point, Mr. Finanzio?
No, I thought the process was going to be you'd ask your questions, but so I'm gonna...
You'll get another chance at re-examination after we've done that. But I just wanted to know whether there was anything you wanted to pick up on from that exchange.
There's one thing. You gave an answer to a question, Dr. Gard. I think the question went something like this. Did you agree that the model, that there was a satisfactory level of assessment in the model in terms of the content of the works? And I think you agreed, but then said that you had to qualify that response. Did I hear that correctly?
I can't recall now what the question was.
Well, if you can't recall, you can't recall. I recall you saying that you had to qualify a response, but you weren't asked about it, and I may have not quite stated the question properly. Okay, well, we'll just leave it at that. That last series of questions that you're... Oh, here we go. Which is it here? What I've got as a note is that it's common practice because it's typical to have a model to predict likely effects and then validate monitor and confirm with the project in operation. You said that was true. That's what you would need to happen here. And then you said, yes, but I need to qualify that response. Do you recall that exchange?
Yes.
Do you remember what the qualification was you were going to make?
Um,
If the answer's no, then at least we've got a reasonable transcript of the question.
yeah, it doesn't come back to me, sorry.
It's okay. All right. So you were asked some questions about worst case and the 95th percentile. And I think it's in evidence that the modelling proceeds on the basis of the 50th percentile.
Their modelling does, yes.
Yeah. Could the outcomes be worse than the 50th percentile?
Well, in assessments I've undertaken, we've chosen to look at a 20th, 50th and an 80th percentile, and we've modelled both the...
I'm going to do what my learned friend did a minute ago. I'm going to ask you to answer my question. Could the outcomes be worse than the 50th percentile?
If you considered more percentiles, then yes, you could get a variety of different outcomes.
And does the modelling as presented in the materials assist you in, I think you used the word bracketing, what the worst outcomes might be?
Well, the worst case in the SEES wasn't fully worked through in terms of what that meant for seagrass and other biological receptors.
Right. Now, in your experience, have you ever seen modelling of this kind that hasn't included a 95th percentile?
No, I am not aware of other studies where a 95th percentile wasn't presented. But...
Okay, that's all I have. So, sorry, I think I've still got my microphone on. Just one more question.
Yes.
The Jacobs report that's referred to, have you actually read it?
No, I haven't.
Have you been provided with a copy of it?
No, I haven't.
It was produced.
Have you asked for one?
Have you asked for one?
No, I have not.
Yeah. It was first mentioned, wasn't it, in Dr. Yates's report on the 5th of December.
Well, hang on a minute. That's just unfair. It's only provided because he raises weights. It's a bit rough to say.
No.
We provide something for him. And they only gave it to you then.
I'm not.
He got involved
Just, yeah, you've got to turn your mic on.
I'm just saying, it's just, look,
I'm
apart
not
from
actually-
it just being sort of cross-examination and re-examination,
No, I'm not.
can I just say, I
gonna ask for a
object
copy
to
of it.
questions along the lines of you raise something no one's ever raised before, you get involved November 18th, they give you something on December, 1 week later they tell you
Okay.
about it.
Well, we can have our own take on the premise of the question
I just want a copy of it. Can I please have a copy of it?
of the Jacobs
Yes,
report.
please.
To what end, Mr. Fernanzio?
I would like to see it.
And are you going to ask Dr. Gard to review it and provide further evidence? I'm just not sure.
It's a document which has been produced to answer Dr. Gard's query or Dr. Gard's issue. It's been relied upon and been extracted in the material. I haven't seen the document. I'd like to see the document.
Okay. For the purpose of making submissions?
Maybe.
Okay.
I think you should want to see the document too, to be frank. It's put as a complete answer to Dr. Gard's concern about weight. We'd like to look at it.
Putting that submission aside, because that's just incorrect. But no one's asked for a document. They want a document, we'll get the document. I mean, it's just, but this sort of insinuations made about it are what I reject.
Yes.
And ask the committee to be very careful about that type of changing of history, the course of history. This is the wave man. Only person is the wave man. We say, oh, here's this thing on waves, and we're criticised.
I understand where you're coming from. Okay, we'll expect production of the Jacobs report in due course. We'll take a break now. We might just take a 20-minute break rather than a 15-minute break because I think we are going to be able to filter quite a few of our questions. So we'll see you at 3:20. Thank you for allowing us that extra time. We have been able to filter out some of our questions. Most of our questions will be put by Dr. Brisger, but I'm just going to put an opening question. It's really to you, Dr. Yates, first. This morning you said that you were a little bit wary about 95th percentiles because they can be misleading or hard to interpret. Can you just explain to us in a bit more detail why you think that is? And I'm talking specifically about for dredge plumes.
Yes. Okay, so the reason for that is when you plot a 95th percentile, such as Corio Bay, where there's a lot of variability in terms of the direction the dredge is moving, the direction the dredge plume is moving, it's swinging around.
Sorry, can you just pause for 2 seconds?
Yep.
I just need to try to open something up which is closed on me. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So when you plot the 95th percentile, it's showing you where 5% of the time it's at a certain level.
Yes.
And because in a system like Corio Bay, that dredge, if you look at, say, an animation of the dredge plume, it's moving around in response to the wind. And plotting a 95th percentile can be misleading because it looks as though the plume is at all times very large, and then at the edge of the plumes, you've got a concentration that's at the 5th percent. So I think a better technique in that kind of environment is to look at the time series at important locations, which was done in the SEES, because what that shows you is the 95th percentile doesn't mean 1 hour a day, it doesn't mean 6 hours a week, it doesn't mean 3 or 4 days straight. It means that there are these episodic peaks in response to the different wind conditions. So
the plume maps tell you how far it'll go, but it doesn't tell you how long it'll stay there.
It tells you that it's been there for 5% of the sample, so 5% of the time, but it looks like it's been 5% of the time here, everywhere. But in reality, it's moving around constantly. So looking at a time series analysis, for me, certainly my preference is more instructive because it tells you the nature of when that 5% occurs. And in a system that we've modelled here, it's episodic. So when there's favourable wind events, you'll get a peak, then it'll drop off to very low, then a peak, drop off to very low. And they are things you can't articulate very well with a 95th percentile map.
Okay. Dr. Gard, did you want to have anything to say about that?
I agree that it's difficult to interpret a 95th percentile map for those who aren't familiar with what they mean. That's why it needs a fair degree of careful explanation in a report to explain that this is just where we expect to see some plume effects for a particular amount of time. Dr. Yates' point that the 95th percentile means different things for different periods is also correct. That's why it's important to specify the period over which a 95th percentile is calculated. In the case of my assessment, I usually use a window that's significant for the sensitive receptor that we're interested in. Say for seagrass, it could be 14 days, and you explicitly state in the report that a 95th percentile is the level of TSS that's expected to be observed for 5% of that 2-week window. And that gives a very clear explanation of for what period of time relevant to the sensitive receptor that you'd experience that level of total suspended solids concentration.
Okay, thank you. That's been very helpful for me. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Brisger to put the remaining questions for the committee.
My first question is about the conclave report, and I'll go back to the number of Sorry, I'll start again. So my first question is about the conclave report, and there are a number of pieces of additional information and additional tasks that it was agreed should or needed to be done. And I wanted both of you to, and Dr. Yates first, to let me know what you intended, what you meant by that. When did you intend that to be provided?
Thanks for the question. I think you'll have to be a little bit specific about which ones, because some of them relate more to Dr. Wallace's input than they do to mine.
Okay. Take you. The first one is a conclusion for recommendation 2. There's one on agreed that additional information needs to be provided on the parameterisation of fetch, the basis for the choice of the KT value, and further explanation of the wave bottom stress calculation.
So in my presentation this morning, I've clarified those points with the correction to the formula for resuspension stress using a KT value from previous work done in Port Phillip Bay. And the last one you had there was the parameterisation of fetch, which I explained in the presentation this morning, that the fetch is calculated based on 8 points of the compass and the travel time or the travel distance over which the wind moves to the point of interest.
The next one is agreed that some discussion of short-term peaks in suspended solids concentration should be provided, as well as the 14-day and 30-day averages.
I think those are matters best addressed by Dr. Wallace.
Recommendation 7. It was agreed that additional calculations should be provided to demonstrate the effects of the worst case scenario in terms of light availability for seagrass.
I would say the same, sorry about that, they're best directed to Dr. Wallace.
And I think at the end of recommendation, we have recommendation 8, we have the same thing again. Agreed that additional calculations should be provided to discuss the worst case scenarios in terms of light.
Yeah, so I'll repeat again, those matters in terms of what it means for effect from the modelling results we've given are those that Dr. Wallace is best to address.
I'm assuming we're going to be asking Dr. Gard the same for the same
That's right, yeah, exactly,
so
yeah.
Rather than us...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. Just in terms of efficiency, if we might just give Dr. Gard a chance to catch up on those. So the fetch was certainly the first parameter we were discussing.
Well, I agree that Dr. Yates has provided some additional information on conclusion and recommendation 2. There's not a lot of detail provided on how those KT values were arrived at.
The question really was around the timing of when you think that information is needed. Let me explain where we're coming from. We need a certain level of information to assess whether this project is going to have significant environmental effects and whether they are acceptable or not. Then there's another round of assessment that will happen after this stage of the assessment process. I guess we're trying to get our heads around whether we have enough information to make that holistic decision about whether the effects of the project can be managed to an acceptable level.
Well, in my opinion, it would be best for the additional information to be provided to the panel now so that you can make a full assessment of the likely environmental effects of the project.
And Mr. Gard, that would include the larger tasks, which would be like the additional calculations to discuss the worst case scenario would be in that as well then.
Yes, I don't believe that's an onerous amount of work because the model results as they exist for the worst case can be used for those light calculations. Ideally, I have recommended that worst case should consider a wider variety of inputs. So the committee may also decide that that's appropriate, but that would be a larger body of work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My next questions are about the Stantec peer review. And first of all, I'll ask Dr. Yates. Did you understand that your work, that your reports that you're preparing would go to Stantec for peer review?
The initial report that we wrote,
That's
yes, that was gathered together to go to Stantec for peer review and provided to Stantec for peer
And
review.
was it provided to Stantec and reviewed?
It was provided, and the comments, I can't paraphrase exactly what the comments said, but it referred to the fact that pretty much all the information in our report was also rewritten into or written into the SEES report prepared by CE. So they did no further, no further specific review of our report. So the feedback we had was on what was provided in the SEES.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused because the reviews, as they are, they talk about the exhibited version of technical report A. They don't actually refer to your reports. And it seems like what's in that technical report isn't identical to what's in your reports.
So in the original Stantec report was on the draft of the SES, and provided with that was our technical report, so the one in February from 2024. And the comments were not made specifically on our report because the material appeared in the SES draft report.
In that draft report, I understand. And were you asked, in terms of any comments they had, were you asked to respond to those comments, or did Dr. Wallace do that?
Dr. Wallace formulated the response in the SES because there were no direct comments on our report, but provided information to support his response to those where they related to the recommendation too.
Now the last correspondence we've had from Stantec, and have you seen the response that Stantec provided to the letter from the IAC for more information in terms of, I guess, because there's an exhibited version of the Stantec peer review that has a few unresolved issues, and the committee wrote to them to get clarification and I guess to find out whether what their view was on the response in the SES, and they've sent a document, one of the table documents, which says there are still a couple of matters outstanding in relation to the hydrodynamic report or the hydrodynamic assessment. So I'll quote from that. They say Stantec's review of the comparison of the hydrodynamic predictions and measurements in section 3 of Appendix A, in our view, is not sufficient to demonstrate the model is adequate. Was that put to you, and were you given a chance to respond to that?
Does that refer to the section 3 appendix in the SES?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so it's our understanding that our revision of our technical draft that was provided in November was targeted at addressing the comments from Geelong Grammar School, but also provided more information by addressing those comments to the, I guess, point to the calibration and validation of the model.
And so you then had the Stantec's comments in front of you when you prepared that extra work.
I can't recall the timing.
Yep.
But the original changes we made to the draft report back in February, or the SES, that was to the original Stantec report, and then there was a new reviewer. And I think at the time, maybe that review came after we'd already prepared additional information, or at around about the same time.
Okay. So basically, extracting from their comments, they really raised two issues, and they said they had two outstanding concerns in regard to model calibration. One is that they said there is no comparison of current direction or 3D currents presented, so there is not enough information there to understand the calibration. So the two things were current direction and the 3D currents. Have you addressed both of those in the report?
Correct. So the updated November report includes time series and current direction and depths, and includes wind roses at different directions, current roses at different directions, at different depths.
Sorry, just need to ask you to pause there because we've just lost connection. So I think there's a number of people listening in on the line. I'm just going to wait until the connection reestablishes.
Third time lucky, we're just going to put that question again.
Sure.
Sorry about that. So we're going back to the question about model calibration and Stantec's review, and they said they drew attention to, at that point, there being no comparison of current direction or 3D currents presented. And I'm putting a question to Dr. Yates as to how that's been responded to.
That was addressed in the 2024 November update of that report.
And so that's so just to confirm, would that be the current roses for the current direction?
Current roses and time series of speed and direction.
And is that time series of speed and direction, is that three-dimensional?
It's three-dimensional in the sense it's at different locations, but also when we talk about three-dimensional models, we mean that there's different layers in the model.
Yep.
And so we do the comparisons at 1 and 2 meters, 1, 2 and 3 meters above the bottom for the deeper ADCP site, and at 1 and 2 meters above the bottom for the shallow site.
Yep. And so their comment was the current industry practice is to validate a 3D hydrodynamic model using 3D currents, current speed and direction at multiple levels in the water column.
And that's been done.
And that's been done. Thank you. And my next questions are to do with operational discharges from the project. And it's really clarification of what is shown in a number of figures in technical report A. Should we bring those onto the screen so we can all see them and work through them? So I need some help with that.
Yep, we're getting that organised.
And the first figure we're looking at is figure 5.5 on, I've got page 590, but I think it must be 59. It might be 590, 5/90. That's it. Yeah. And Dr. Yates, I'm looking for clarification as to whether these maps, whether they're plume maps, whether they're based on medians or 90th or 80th percentile or an envelope over all known values. Yep.
Oh, sorry. That's actually representation of field data. So you'd have to refer that question to Dr. Wallace and see who collected the field data. My understanding is that is a picture of an instantaneous plume. So it's not a statistical measure, and that we've used those to compare with the model outputs instantaneous. So they're not 50th, they're not 95th. They're a measure of what the plume looks like at a time.
So that's based on monitoring, not modelling.
That particular figure is based on monitoring. There are figures that show what the model is predicting under similar circumstances.
Okay.
Okay, the next one I have here on my list is figure 5.3. So is this based on medians or an envelope?
That is a median footprint of the FSRU diffuser discharge temperature difference from existing to including the FSRU discharge.
And so did you look at other percentiles such as the 90th or 95th percentile?
I can't say for sure that we did for this particular figure, but I suppose we probably did, and represented the result as a median figure that was provided to CEE.
Yeah. And so how would you characterise variability then in the extent of the plume, the temperature plume?
In this, that's a good question. I would have to look at the data again to characterise what the variability is. But we know from the previous FSRU simulations that the plumes don't extend a great area because they are very small. So there's only a 0.1 degree temperature difference. But I couldn't answer that question without looking further into the results.
Because one of the things I guess is of interest is to say, is the plume always about that size, or is it sometimes really tiny and other times really big?
For the case of the FSRU discharge, because the currents are small under pretty much all circumstances, it sits in the channel. I wouldn't expect there to be a great variation, as you suggest.
The next one I'm looking at here is figures 5.6 and 5.7, and it's the same question again. And they're both on the same page. So these are future temperature plumes for summer and winter.
I'd have to put that in context as to whether that's been derived from measured plumes or from the simulated plumes.
It says future, so I'm assuming it wouldn't be measured.
I think it may depend on whether there's change in what the discharge from the refineries are.
So are these plots that you've generated?
Again, I would have to look at the context because we generate plots that are used to provide information to these plots. But whether that's been derived from measured data or from model data, I'd have to look at the context in the report.
How do we deal with that? So that's something you'll obviously need some time to do rather than being able to tell us straight away.
I know it's probably a question that could be directed to Dr. Wallace. He would be able to answer that.
Yeah. Figure 4.14. And so these are modelled chlorine contours in existing plumes.
Correct. Yes.
So not a figure. Is that something you can comment on?
Yeah. So that's from modelled results of the chlorine plume.
Yeah.
It's been generated from outputs from the hydrodynamic model.
And so did you use median outputs or something else?
That would be a median output. But because of the decay rate of the chlorine, the plumes don't differ a great deal. We demonstrate that in the EES.
And did you apply the decay rates or did Dr. Wallace do that?
No, I would apply the decay rates in the model.
Dr. Gard, did you have anything to say about the decay rates? Okay, yeah. All right, fair enough. Ignore that question.
And we'll move on to the next.
Sorry, I don't know. Why is that fair enough?
Well, no, I'm in the committee's hands, but it's all very well having questions.
Yeah.
But if they're going to be opening a new topic,
Okay.
The evidence in chief didn't.
If he's an expert and you have a question, you're entitled to ask it, and it's not a proper basis for objection.
Well, it's not a basis. It's not an objection. It's a question of what you're going to do with it.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm following the evidence.
No, what I'm going to do with it, because you effectively, whether it's the committee or anyone, you're bringing in different questions that procedurally we didn't know there would be an opinion on that I'd never ask a question about. It's a procedural issue. It's not an objection to the question. It's a warning, a caution that we might have start another inquiry that I've had no notice about. We've got the gentleman's witness statement that he did from November 18th. If you open up new avenues and new questions, what do I do with it for Viva? So it's a straightforward procedural problem.
Yeah, that was a question from me, not the technical member. I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Brisker about whether she thinks it would assist the committee to have Dr. Gard's opinion on that. But what we might do is just run through the rest of the questions with Dr. Yates, and we might just take a quick quick break.
Yes, that's no problem.
Yep. So Dr. Yates, we'll move on to technical report A, figure 5.4. And that one again, same question about whether that's a median again.
That is a median, I believe.
And then we've got figure 5.8. So these are existing and future chlorine plumes.
Yeah, so that's a prediction of the 10 microgram per litre limit on the future or the existing plumes
Existing and future.
and future plumes, yes, because there's no change to the chlorine content in the refinery.
And so is that your work or Dr. Wallace's work?
That would have been derived from our work.
And that's medians again, is it?
Would have been derived from medians, I believe. Again, I'll have to look at the context to make sure of that. I can't recall what was written there. I should just point out that some of these are based on measurements. That's why I would need to look at the, or based on approximations from measurements done by CE, and some are based on model results that we've provided. So that's why the context of what is written is important.
Yep. And just to clarify then, so some of the future, so I can understand with the existing, but with, so are some of the future also not based on the modelling, but rather based on CE's measurements and some extrapolation from those?
So in the case of the chlorine, the existing and the future are the same because the chlorine content leaving the refineries would remain the same.
And with the future temperature, is it possible that then they're not based on the modelling, that they're based on something else, or might be based on the modelling?
I suspect that is based on the modelling. Again, the context is important.
And if it's based on the modelling, then it would be median.
Correct.
Thank you. My next question goes
Sorry, just clarify. Some of the results are instantaneous plumes, so they're not a statistical measure. So when we look in, for example, our report looking at the plume trajectories under different conditions, they're not medians. They are what you call instantaneous measures of the plume direction and the plume concentration.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because we've, I guess we've got the, there's some plumes are, you've indicated median, some are instantaneous, which is a plume at a point in time. And then Dr. Wallace in technical report A talks about envelopes. And I guess it's fairly important for us to understand which ones are medians, which ones are envelopes, and which ones are instantaneous. And it's unclear at the moment which ones are which.
Okay, I will attempt to clarify that, but I have to take that on notice to look through and clarify that.
Thank you. Member Cole, those are my questions about the clarification on those figures. Shall I continue with decay rates or should we discuss?
Yeah, I think we need to, the question that I asked of Dr. Dart about the decay rates.
Yeah.
Let's see where this takes us, where your questions take us, and we might just need to work out if we're going to get Dr. Gard's input onto that process to make sure we deal with that fairly.
Yeah. Can I just, on that, say you have a process to deal with it fairly. It is a process whereby parties can file expert evidence. They're expected to file their report. In this case, they then had a conclave. We have a report. The instructions that the witness had were not limited at all. You can see them in the report. Any issues they were going to raise should be raised. That's the process. We get their statement. We call evidence. We get to question them on their evidence. So the process isn't new. The process is that process. It'd be irregular in our submission for a process to be just because an expert's in the room. Oh, can you go and find something else out for us? You've got, under your terms of reference, I think you're able to do that with some other body. But it's not the process to go to a different topic that a witness has expressly not addressed and then after we've cross-examined them, find out that that witness is now being asked their opinion on matters that they had the opportunity to express opinion about and chose not to. So we say the process is by now that the questions as relevant to the evidence are put, but not new or topics or others that the witness has not, we can infer, has not raised an issue with because they were asked to raise any issues they had and they've raised them in their report. So it's not novel in our submission. It's good to have the sort of round table model to do questions, but we still have to be tight about not inviting opinions from experts in matters that they have chosen not to raise an opinion about and after cross-examination.
Well, can I be heard on that?
Yes, in a second.
Mr. Finanzio?
Yeah, I'm not trying to raise any difficult procedural issue, but let's go back to the way that things are ordinarily done. In the ordinary course, Dr. Yates would have been called to give his evidence. He would have been cross-examined by me. You would have asked him questions, and then he would have been re-examined. And if you had asked him questions about matters that were not in his report or not directly conveyed by him in any way, but were nonetheless matters that lay within the expertise of my witness to come later, it would be perfectly appropriate for me to ask questions about the evidence adduced by you of Dr. Yates of my witness. And indeed, it would be totally appropriate for you to ask questions of my witness who owes his duty to you, first and foremost, not to me, about matters that lie within his area of expertise. And for my part, there is no complexity about that. If there is a question that the committee has that lies within the expertise of Dr. Gard, even if he hasn't addressed it in his report, you're perfectly entitled to ask him about it, and he's perfectly entitled to give his evidence about it, and if that has a consequence, it has a consequence. All I sought to do was to interject when my learned friend said this might have procedural implications. Well, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, I don't know, because I don't know what he's going to say. But if it lies within his area of expertise and you have him here, you can ask him about it. That's all I sought to say.
Okay, we're just going to stand this matter down for 5 minutes so we can have a chat. Okay, we have 2 questions that we intended to put to both witnesses about chlorine and temperature plumes. They were matters that were addressed in the conclave. They were not matters that were addressed directly in Dr. Gard's expert witness statement. We do have the power to inform ourselves as we see fit. We think it's appropriate to put the questions to both witnesses. If they raise any concerns in terms of issues that you haven't had an opportunity to cross-examine on, we will come back to you and provide you with a further opportunity to ask any additional questions.
My first question to both of you then is about representation of variability in chlorine and temperature plumes. And at the moment we have the median or some measure of, we have one measure of the plumes. And my question is, what additional measure would be useful or important to characterise variability, and how much variability would be expected? And I'll put the question first to Dr. Yates and then to Dr. Gard.
You'll see in the technical report and in the presentation that the variability in response to wind was addressed quite substantially in the EES, where the stronger winds and the weaker winds showed the progression of a plume in different directions, up and down the coast, depending on the wind direction. This was repeated for the SES, and there are figures there that show the representation of the plume, the temperature plume, its direction, its location at times under different conditions, where there was also comparison with the field measurements.
And I just have a question, just a very quick follow-up question. So I understand that is for the plumes of the under existing condition. Does that then also apply to the plumes associated with the diffuser discharge? Or could that apply to the diffuser discharge?
The diffuser discharge is quite different. So we're talking about the diffuser discharge under the FSRU. And the EES showed, and then again the follow-up from the recommendations the Minister provided about the near field modelling, that you're shedding a great deal of that temperature difference by two mechanisms, and that's feeding it through the FSRU, then through the diffuser. So really you're looking at temperatures with a difference ranging, I think, from less than half a degree under the FSRU, which is quite a different case to the existing case where the temperatures come out at around plus 10 degrees Celsius from the existing refinery outlets. And I guess to follow up on that, with regards to the FSRU discharge output, the variability in terms of wind field and whatnot is less of an influence because it is discharging into the shipping channel. So it is in some way locally confined to that shipping channel. Mixing up and out of that shipping channel, it essentially loses its identity in a sense because its temperature gets mixed up to such a small temperature difference that it's of little concern.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Gard.
So I did review the presentation of both temperature and chlorine model and measurements in the EES document. I did think overall, or I do consider it a reasonable representation of both existing and future discharges. I believe your question though was what would assist in assessing variability. I do believe that although, and I probably haven't looked in as much detail in this area as to the full range of weather conditions that were modelled. It is possible to say though that presenting median results in this case would give it does appear that a range of weather conditions have been considered and wind fields have been considered, and that because it's a constant discharge for most of the scenarios modelled, a median may be a reasonable approximation of typical effects. However, I probably would need to review whether a full range of weather conditions have been assessed.
Thank you. My next question is about the chlorine decay rates, which I understand are temperature dependent. So what I'm seeking to understand is how you've applied those decay rates to the colder water plume. So have you assumed then that because the water is a lot colder, have you factored that in and calculated a much slower decay rate on the chlorine?
What has been done is a steady decay rate, regardless of what the temperature is. But as done in the EES and SES, we looked at a range of different decay rates. So I'm reading into your concern is around the FSRU discharge.
That's correct.
Which is of a cooler temperature, but unlike the refinery discharge, it's already gone through a diffusion process via the diffuser. So its concentration is already very low compared to just outside, say, the refinery discharges near the shoreline that don't go through that initial mixing process. So in answer to your question, no, we assume that the decay rate is steady, but in the case of the FSRU, there's a significant amount of dilution prior to that entering the seabed environment.
So to clarify, am I correct in understanding that in the discharges from the refinery, the chlorine is decaying because of the heat and therefore it's decreasing from that process, and from the diffuser, it's not decaying, but it's being diluted?
I'm not kind of able to answer exactly what is causing the decay rate because there are multiple factors, heat being one of them. So that's a chemical process that other people are best to remark on. But in our case, yes, we have assumed that the decay rates are consistent between the hotter plumes and the cooler plumes based on measurements that were undertaken during the EES, I believe.
Yep.
And yes, you're right. In addition to the decay, there is significant diffusion of the discharge that goes under the FSRU because of the action of the diffuser.
Mhm. Is it possible then, with the discharge from through the refinery, with the project compared to the existing discharge, although the temperature would be elevated in the future discharge, it would be less elevated than current. Is it possible then that the chlorine plume may extend further for the same volume of discharge than it does currently because of less decay?
I would say that is possible, but I'm not one to answer, I guess, the scientific question about what is contributing to that decay, whether it's more of a temperature-driven or a chemical-driven process.
And so, in terms of the assessment, did you derive or develop the decay rates, or was that something provided by someone else?
No, that was provided to us from field measurements, and I believe there was a report written around the time of the EES that looked at the decay rates that should be applied.
Thank you. Dr. Gard, would you like to respond to that question?
I don't have a position on whether the decay rate should have been different. It's more or less outside my area of direct expertise.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to some questions about the effects of dredging. And my first question refers to the worst case scenario, which is raised a couple of times in the conclave. It was basically agreed that that calculations should be provided to demonstrate the effects of the worst case scenario. And so my first question is, when should this be done? And I think we sort of partly answered that anyway, but just to confirm.
My response to that would be that there would first have to be, from my perspective, a definition of what that worst case is, if it were to be considered. Mm-hmm. And the most pertinent part of that would be understanding if there is a significant change in the source load rate.
And Dr. Gard, from your viewpoint?
In my opinion, the worst case should be considered at least in the terms that it's already been assessed, that is with respect to different settling velocities, and fully worked through in terms of light availability. And in my opinion, that should be done before the committee's making its determination.
So the question following on from that is, how would you define the worst case? Have we already got a worst case that's been modelled, or what are the attributes of the worst case? And first of all, to Dr. Yates on that.
Defining a worst case is probably a combination of factors, and I think probably the most important factor is the current direction and speed, and the time taken for the plume deriving from where the dredge is working to reach the sensitive Ramsar sites. Mm-hmm. So in the simulations we've done, as been mentioned, there has been significant southwesterly events with strong winds that have pushed the plume towards that Ramsar site. I can only really comment on those environmental factors in terms of worst case, but the other factors that I guess have been raised are whether there's a change in the source term. Mm-hmm. But I will comment that on a whole, the worst case is perhaps a storm event that occurs whilst you're dredging, but that the contribution is from vastly across Corio Bay. Mm-hmm. So that's not necessarily the effect. So the worst case in terms of the seagrass is not necessarily a direct derivation of the dredge operations. It's a broader scale effect. And we see that in the satellite maps.
And Dr. Gard, from your viewpoint?
Well, in my evidence and also in my presentation today, I expressed that a worst case should really include the overall best estimate model inputs and environmental condition assumptions, as well as the range of parameterization that's available. In this case, the NTU to TSS, so the turbidity to suspended solids correlation, as well as the light attenuation calculation that Dr. Wallace's evidence or reports introduce, they both have a range of variability, both in the expressions that is used, and there's a lot of scatter in the data that underpins those relationships. In my opinion, the worst case scenario should include those sources of variability I referred to earlier today, the weather variability, and that includes interannual variability, the best estimate of model parameters, ideally informed by the model validation, and also those assumptions of the calculations that are used to calculate light availability for seagrass and other biological receptors. Ideally, then you would have a range of outcomes for the sensitive receptors, ranging from the best estimate, which is the best, most likely inputs for those parameters, and then a worst case, which takes the more conservative choices at each of those inputs and works out fully what that implies for the biological receptors.
Can I just seek clarification? Can someone please put up on the screen the joint expert witness statement and go to page 10 of 16, conclusion on recommendation 8. That was PDF, page 10. So, and maybe blow that up just a little bit more. So go to the, yes. So the last paragraph in that box, there's a statement which is the first statement that I believe you've been asked to address, where the way the committee reads it is that you've both agreed that additional calculations should be provided. What I missed, and my point of clarification, I heard Dr. Gard say that that information should be provided now or prior to the IAC making its decision or consideration of this matter. I didn't hear your view, Dr. Yates, on when you believe that that information should be provided.
So I'm just reading the statement again. So this is really a matter for, there's two parts, whether the worst case includes additional modelling, which is where we would provide that, or whether it's an analysis of results we've already had, for example, the immediate impact or the windows of impact that was spoken about. So is your question, when could this be provided in terms of worst case, or?
My question, interpreting what this witness statement says, conclave statement says, is that it was agreed by both of you, and I assume Dr. Wallace, that additional calculations should be provided to discuss the worst case scenarios in terms of light. I want to know when, in your view, should that information be provided?
I think it should be provided in the short term, but this analysis in terms of additional calculations is something that's done with the model results we've provided. So that would include work that's done by Dr. Wallace to address this concern about the analysis that should be done with the data that is available. That's my understanding of that.
and to be fair, Dr. Gard, having explicitly put the reference, did you have anything further that you wanted to say or not in response to that dot point?
Well, it's my position. We did agree that additional calculations should be provided, and my interpretation is that means before you make a decision. And I also, the second part of that statement, do believe that that does involve a further exploration of what the full range of variability is in terms of ambient conditions, the model inputs, the source parameters for the dredge plume, and the correlations that have been used to underpin the relationships between suspended sediment, turbidity, and light attenuation.
Thank you. And along the same vein, to be fair to you both, and to clarify, if we go to PDF page 8 of 16 on the screen. So yes, in the second, just keep scrolling a little bit. Stop there. So the second last statement is the other one that Dr. Briscoe put to you, was agreed that additional calculations should be provided to demonstrate the effects of the worst case scenario in terms of light availability for seagrass. Anything different that you want to put in response to that agreed matter?
No, so what this is agreeing to is additional calculations on scenarios, worst case scenario that's already been done, and representing those in terms of light availability in ways that may be more representative of worst case.
Anything else, Dr. Gard?
Not on that matter.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question there, because we're having references to a worst case scenario that's already done. So is this the same scenario that's been presented in the SEES, or is this another scenario that's been done but not presented?
I think from our perspective, it's a reassessment of the results of the worst case scenario, and they are reinterpreted in the sense of what that means in terms of seagrass impact.
Mm-hmm.
But as I've said previously, that's not necessarily my expertise in the matter of the impact of seagrass or that worst case.
Well, in my opinion, there was agreement that they should calculate light availability for seagrass for the worst case that's already been run. But in addition, we also agreed that it's desirable to document the expected case in terms of most likely conditions, best estimate, model inputs and assumptions, and worst case, which really should involve a wider range of adverse conditions and worst case model inputs and assumptions.
And so with the so in terms of I guess we've got some information on turbidity plumes in the SEES, which is based on a case. Is that a worst case or is that a likely case? We only have one case presented there.
I believe in technical report A, there is also a worst case that's presented. And my understanding of Dr. Gard's comments is that that should be followed through to understand what the impact may be on seagrass.
Do you also want to hear from me on that? Or what was the?
Sorry?
Oh, just wondering, are you waiting for a response from me as well? Or,
if you have a response, okay. Otherwise we can move on.
Well, I did have a expectation that at a minimum the worst case, there are actually two worst cases discussed in the technical report A, so they should certainly be carried through in terms of their implications for light availability. But in doing that, I think there is an opportunity to also consider the variability in the light availability relationships that have been used and the between suspended solids concentration and turbidity.
And so in terms of the worst case scenarios, are you both satisfied then that the effects of climate are adequately accounted for in that climatic variability.
When you mention climate, do you mean variability in terms of the wind speeds?
That's correct, yeah, all
Yeah,
the events.
I do.
Yeah.
I think we've made a reasonable assessment of the likely outcomes, and then the characteristics that would affect that to become a worst case. And as I've stated before, in the 2-month periods where we did undertake the dredge modelling, there were considerable variability in the wind, recognising outside of storm events, which are different mechanisms entirely in terms of resuspension of bed load that already exists.
Well, as I outlined today in my presentation, I believe that the worst case presented does not encompass a consideration of the potential variability in weather conditions, mainly because there's a single 8-week period considered, which doesn't take into account potential interannual variability in weather.
I'm just mindful of the time. It's 4:30. I think we're going to have at least half an hour.
Probably, yeah.
Are you both available to come back tomorrow morning?
I could dial in depending on the time. Sorry.
Yep.
What time in the morning would that be?
10 a.m.
I've actually booked to give a workshop at 10 a.m. tomorrow, which I don't think I can move.
Okay.
Is there another time that would be appropriate, or could I dial in?
Does anyone have any difficulties in sitting on this evening? Okay, let's keep going then.
I just need to be rude and send a text message.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably just have to check my flight time, sorry.
We'll just allow people to. Oh, were you planning on flying back this evening?
Yes, I'm flying back this evening.
Okay, let's just work out what time that is. I also should be sending a text message, but I don't have my phone with me.
My flight isn't until 7 p.m, so I've got some time.
Well, then you can't come back in person tomorrow anyway.
Not in person, I
No.
would be only online.
Yeah.
So just
I
push
think
through.
we keep going.
Keep going. Okay, my next question, while we're talking about time periods and variability, just a question about the selected modelling periods, which are August, September and November, December, the sort of winter and summer. And I note the mitigation measure MM02 says to avoid dredging in spring, which rules out September and November. So I'm just a bit puzzled why the two simulation periods both cover spring, which is basically out of bounds for dredging.
So it should be an August, September dredge period. And then there was a summer period that was done.
That's correct, yeah.
So the EES considered those two periods, but then it was later, I guess, put on the table that it would not happen in the warmer months due to the seagrass growth, and that August, September was the most appropriate period to do the analysis. And also the August, September period is has a higher degree of wind variability as well.
Well, it's my position that if the dredging is not to take place in September, it would have been more appropriate to choose a assessment period in the likely dredging months, plus some addressing of the issue of the interannual variability in those months.
Moving on now to variability and talking about measures of variability. We've had some discussion about the 95th percentile and other percentiles. And in the conclave statement, Dr. Gard, when we have a note there that was agreed that you recommended a range of percentiles, including the 20th, 50th and the 80th. Just a question to both of you in terms of how, if percentiles were to be used to represent variability, which percentiles would be appropriate, or would a different method be appropriate for representing variability? First of all, to Dr. Yates.
It's for the reasons described before about the caution that needs to be taken when using the 95th percentile and mapping it. Notwithstanding that people do like to look at maps, I think in this case where there is a lot of variability, there's not a oscillatory forcing where it's going back and forth. It is moving around considerably. That the time series analysis that's been undertaken is a more important component in demonstrating that there are short-term peaks, and those peaks can be quite high, followed by troughs that can be quite low, and then using statistical means to represent what's happening at those locations is an appropriate method. And bearing in mind those locations were positioned along the edge of the Ramsar site to the north, and being, I guess, the closest points to the Ramsar site to the dredge activity.
In my opinion, the sensitive receptors that are affected by dredge plumes respond on a range of timescales. So in assessments I've undertaken, I've looked at a long series of time series data of turbidity and have set impact thresholds based on the variability of the measured percentiles, the 20th, the 50th and the 80th of turbidity, so that when we model with dredging and we look at how much the 20th, the 50th and the 80th percentiles change with the addition of the dredging plumes, we can then look at whether we've taken the percentiles outside the range of normal variability. And if those percentiles at the various levels have gone beyond the range of natural variability, we define that as a impact. And 95th percentile is usually used as a indication of a zone of influence where you may expect to see plumes, but you don't necessarily expect an environmental impact or an ecological response.
So I guess going back to Dr. Yates's approach of having particular reporting locations based on that location with time series, you have 4 which are all outside the Ramsar wetland. Would there be value in also having reporting locations within the Ramsar wetlands, such as within Limeburners Lagoon, and also in other areas such as near the shoreline, near the refinery shoreline? Or are the 4 adequate?
You could make any selection of the points. I think the main point here is that they are spread across the northern Ramsar site, and that they are representative of the plume crossing into the Ramsar site. So once it crosses into there, it's only going to get weaker. So there's more falling out, there's more mixing, etc. So I think that there's an adequate representation, and I think the key value in the time series is that you are being very clear about where the peaks lie. So you're not doing a statistical clipping, like a 95th percentile may show a significantly lower level than when you're extracting the data directly and replicating as it is in Technical Report A, that there's a variation from 20 down to 2 that's occurring at those sites. And you would expect those sites, given the nature of the plume and how it moves, to be representative of what is happening across that Ramsar site, with some weakening as it moves further from the dredge operation.
I do have a difference of opinion there. In my view, it's not intuitive or necessarily possible to assess without looking at the model output what the actual light availability might be in different parts of the Ramsar area, or indeed throughout the model domain, because light availability depends not only on the modelled dredge related suspended sediment, but also the assumed level of background and also the depth, local depth of the water. So a more sound methodology would be to calculate the light availability, or at least the turbidity percentiles everywhere throughout the model domain, and assess on the basis of those whether there's any expected impact for the ecological receptors.
Going back now to the information on turbidity, and in the conclave statement, it was agreed that overlapping 2-week windows should be used as a basis for light attenuation calculations rather than for non-overlapping windows. And I guess my question goes back to Dr. Yates. Do you intend to do that, and when do you intend to do that?
That's a question that should be directed to Dr. Wallace. The modelling results would not change. It's just the analysis of what they mean in terms of light availability and the analysis in terms of the windows that are used to determine that.
Yes, it's my view that that agreement indicates that Dr. Wallace would re-evaluate what the appropriate levels of dredging related suspended sediment are on the basis of overlapping 2-week windows rather than arbitrary segmentation of an 8-week period into 4 2-week windows.
Now move on to the zones of impact approach, which was discussed at the conclave, and it was agreed that zones of impact could have been used. And so I guess asking both of you, Dr. Yates first, what are the benefits and drawbacks of using a zones of impact approach for this project?
I really don't have any input into that question. It's more related to the analysis of the modelling results that are provided. And I guess in the discussion that we had in the conclave, it was more between Ian Wallace and Dr. Paul Gard regarding into whether the zones of impacts was a valid approach or not for Corio Bay.
From a modelling viewpoint, is it straightforward to output them the information to go into a zones of impact approach?
Sorry, can you?
From a modelling viewpoint, is it straightforward to provide that information into that approach?
So the modelling results wouldn't change, so they've already been provided. It's just the analysis of those results.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Gard.
I suppose it does depend somewhat on how the zones of impact and influence will be defined. The guidelines aren't necessarily prescriptive on that, and if the committee has formed a view that the light availability thresholds that have been set for the Ramsar area and the balance of the area are appropriate thresholds for impact, then they could be adopted, and then it would be straightforward to take model outputs as they exist and use those to derive zones of impact and potentially zones of influence using the existing impact thresholds that have been set out by the committee.
And do you think that would be beneficial to do?
Yes, I do recommend that.
And just very briefly, why?
The zones give you a more rich illustration of spatially the change in conditions you expect to see due to dredging by only looking at 4 output locations for model time series, that only tells you what you expect to see at those locations. Whereas if you were to take the model output throughout the model domain, there's no technical reason why you couldn't calculate the light availability in the same way that it's been done for the 4 locations, but do that at every point in the model.
Thank you. Now moving back to some of the detail of the sediment transport modelling, there was some discussion about sediment production, backhoe production rates. How large would the variability in backhoe production rates be for this type of dredging operation that we're contemplating? First to Dr. Yates.
That's something I cannot comment on. So as a modeller in this project, we're provided what the source rates are from the backhoe operation by others, including the operators, but Dr. Gard may want to comment on that.
Yes, in my expert witness report, I noted that if the downtime percentage of a backhoe was assumed to be between 20 to 30%, that's a relatively low amount of downtime. That there would be projects with higher downtime than that, but even at a rate of 30% downtime, the production rate of fines when the dredge is operating could be up to 43% higher than the campaign average rate. And that's just a simple mathematical redistribution of the production into the windows where it's working. And the model is a more pulsed advection of production and advection of plumes in the model domain. If you've taken what is an intermittent source rather than a steady uniform source.
Dr. Yates, in terms of your model, did you address the variability in backhoe production rates, or did you assume a constant source?
It was assumed as a constant source, operating all of the time for the 8 weeks. So by the same measure, when you switch it off during downtime, you are not producing a plume. So our model assumption is that you are constantly producing a plume through that 8-week dredge period.
Weather conditions in the dredging simulation period. Just a very brief question about, I guess we talked about, the period of the sou'westerlies, potentially the 4-day period of sou'westerlies potentially forcing the sediment plume into the Ramsar wetland. Did you look at how that, how representative that was of weather conditions? Was it a typical kind of event? Was it a worst event over the whole period of the wind data that you had, or was it somewhere in the middle?
My analysis, that was, the most persistent event that gave rise to currents that went from the dredge site to the Ramsar. From a broader perspective, the variation in wind speed and direction that we see during the August-September campaign, I think I have that in my witness statement, includes strong events from most of the directions of the compass. There are some prevailing conditions that come from the west-northwest, but it doesn't omit strong wind speeds from important directions over that 2-month period.
Yeah, but in terms of the 4-day event, are they in the record? Are there longer events than that from the south?
I didn't examine a longer-term record.
So when you're talking about the record, you're talking about that 8-week period only?
Talking about the 8-week period, yes.
Well, I just reiterate my earlier statement that I believe that it is desirable to look at the interannual variability and to be showing in your reporting that what you've modelled is a typical condition, and also that you've considered and modelled what might be considered unusual but relevant conditions, and that should really include a worst case in terms of plume advection. I don't think it's been shown that the 4 days is necessarily either typical or necessarily unusual. It would have been good and still is good, still would be good to see an assessment of whether that's about the worst conditions you could get or whether there are more sustained periods of southwesterly winds.
Going back to the conclave statement, it was said that it was agreed that some discussion of short-term peaks in suspended solids concentrations should be provided. Just trying to see whether we've already covered that or whether that will be covered.
Sorry,
sorry, I'm going back to, and I'm sure that I've covered this in my notes in our discussions yet, but we're just talking about the conclave statement recommendation or the agreement that some discussion of short-term peaks in suspended solid concentrations should be provided.
I believe in the technical report A, where it looks at the time series.
They are already, so even though the conclave statement said they should be provided, they already are there.
Yeah, they're graphically represented and they're spoken about in terms of peaks and averages for those 4 sites of analysis.
I believe that the agreement in the conclave refers to additional discussion, and in my view that should really include discussion of background variability. The use of a 1.8 milligram per litre assumption everywhere at all times is not very realistic. So there should be some additional treatment of those peaks in background concentration, as well as the dredging related.
And just going back to Dr. Yates, is that your recollection of what was agreed on?
I think you could expand on the description. That's possible. Mm-hmm. But I think that the time series that are provided are clearly indicative of how large the peaks get, how often the peaks occur. And in terms of what they mean on top of the background, I think it was sound to estimate the background TSS concentrations using the data that was available, collected by the EPA. Mm-hmm. And I talk about in my witness statement the complexities that would be required to model the ambient, and then there would still be a lot of uncertainty in that. And the driving mechanism for those peaks, where they do go up to 20 or beyond milligrams per litre, is that direct transport of material from where the dredging is taking place under favourable current wind conditions to those sites that are analysed, and those sites are representative of the Ramsar sites and what they would experience.
Skipping through now, and we need another figure brought up from technical report A. Do we need to look at two? We'll look at figure 8.12 and then 9.8. Sorry, it's technical report A, it's figure 8.12. So these are the maps showing sediment accretion. Figure 8.5, I might be able to ask a question around that. At the same point, basically, what these sediment accretion plots, this one and also figure 9.8 shows that they're showing the sediment buildup occurring in the deeper areas, but not in the shallow areas along the refinery shoreline and in the Ramsar wetland. Is there a physical process underlying that, or is that a modelling artefact?
No, there is a physical process. The plumes weaken as they approach the Ramsar sites and the shoreline.
Yeah.
They're constantly being mixed through the water column, vertically and horizontally. And this map clearly indicates that in those more quiescent zones below those shallow areas is where you get the fallout. And this is consistent with the evidence presented also in Technical Report A, where the divers on that site noted that there were a significant amount of soft material that had accumulated in that area. So it's, I guess, of the consequence of there being very little material going into those shallower zones and potentially being eroded and potentially being moved on by slightly stronger currents in those zones. That means the predominant fallout area of the plume is in and around the site and in the waters deeper than approximately 3 metres.
And if we could scroll to figure 9.8, I'll just let you look at that as well, because that really, I guess, amplifies the question, and then we'll go across to Dr. Gard on that one. So the same, where it's sort of very, it's almost like the sediment accretion zone is almost picking up the bathymetry contours there in terms of where the accretion is not happening.
Correct.
Yep.
In the deeper waters.
And so that is the bathymetry driving a process that then drives the accretion.
Yes, that's right. So up on the shallower areas where there is some wave action and there is stronger currents and the plumes are weaker, you don't see the accretion. In those areas deeper in the water column, where the material falls out and is not exposed to sufficient shear to be under normal conditions or under regular conditions to be resuspended, then that's where it starts to accumulate.
And Dr. Gard?
Yes, I agree that that's what that plot is showing, that the model expects that sediment will be deposited in those areas. The caveat I'd put on that result is that without a full validation of the wave outputs of the model in terms of the wave parameters and the wave-related bed shear stress, that may not necessarily be a fully accurate representation. The other note I'd make is that in my expert witness report, I commented that it's common industry practice to provide the 50th and 95th percentile of a daily dredging-related sedimentation rate, because as Dr. Gates noted, there may be sediment that is deposited for a short period in a shallower area but resuspended due to waves or currents. So by actually analysing the percentiles of deposition rate, it can be more fully assessed as to what parts of the model are experiencing deposition on an ongoing basis during dredging, and whether those percentiles in deposition rate have been elevated due to the dredging, which some sensitive biological receptors may be responsive to or may be affected by.
Thank you. Turn a couple of pages to the questions on, and I've got a couple of questions now to do with environmental management framework and monitoring. So my first question is, based on your reading of the proposed mitigation measures, are they adequate in relation to the managing the impacts of dredging, based on your expertise? So first of all, Dr. Yates.
Can I just, sorry to interrupt, before we go on, it's 2 minutes to 5, and I'm just anxious. I don't know what Dr. Gard's travel arrangements are, other than that I know his flight's at 7, and he's got to collect his bags, get out to the airport in peak traffic. I think we need to know what we're doing now.
Skip the questions on.
Skip those and put them in. Which was the last one? Probably not that, yeah.
I don't want to rush you, but at the same time, I just want to make sure he gets an opportunity to make whatever arrangements need to be made if we're going to sit on.
Yeah.
Or we pull up stumps and go online for half an hour in the morning.
That's too big too. Right. So that's one, just very briefly.
That's our questions done. Do you need to come back to anything on those questions in relation to chlorine and? Okay. Do any of you have any further questions to ask of either of your witnesses? No? Well, thank you both for your input into the process.
Thank you.
And you can go now. Don't wait for us. Okay. We'll come back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, can I indicate that I'll be calling Dr. Wallace tomorrow? We've circulated a slide pack. We've got on the timetable 3 days for the two witnesses. And unlike the witnesses that we've heard from so far, the next two witnesses addressed multiple directions. I suppose that evidence principally concerned direction 2 and to a lesser extent the directions about the sediment and the dredging. Dr. Wallace tomorrow has to address 8 recommendations. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention because what I propose to do is not make any opening remarks, instead go straight to the evidence. And it's certainly likely to be the case that Dr. Wallace will require a good portion of the morning session to work through the slides that he's prepared. In our submission, it's important that he has the opportunity to do so because these are obviously quite complex issues. There's plenty of material arising from the evidence that was heard today that's relevant to the evidence that Dr. Wallace will give, and a number of the answers that were given equally answers or equally subject matter that is relevant to Dr. Wallace's evidence. So what I'm proposing to do is have Dr. Wallace work through his slides, and at opportune times I'll be asking Dr. Wallace to comment on at least some of the things that were raised today. So as I understand it, the EPA needs in the order of 10 to 15 minutes for questions. The school's indicated in the order of 2.5 hours for cross-examination. So it's certainly likely that Dr. Wallace will extend beyond tomorrow into the next day, but we have the 3 days, thankfully, for the two witnesses, and it seems to me we'll need that time to get through these witnesses.
And do we have a sense of whether, let's say we take a day and a half for Dr. Wallace, whether a day and a half for, is it Dr. Edmonds or Mr. Edmonds?
Dr. Edmonds.
Dr. Edmonds.
Yeah,
is likely to be
I think
sufficient?
that my estimate is in the order of 2 to 3 hours cross-examination. So I think it works in the 3 days, but I think we will need 3 days.
Okay.
Based on where things sit at the moment.
All right. Do you think we're at the point where we need to start a bit early, or should we stick with our 10 o'clock?
No, I think we should stick with our 10 o'clock and see where we get to tomorrow. We've got Wednesday and Thursday, so if we need to make up some time, we have some flexibility there. But no, I don't think that we need start at 9:30 tomorrow. And it is quite dense material, so I think that...
what he's really saying is we've still got a lot of homework to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go off and do our homework. We'll see everyone at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Can I say you won't see me for the next few days? Mr. Chessel's got the case. You'll see me again in January, so thank you for everything.
Okay. Happy Christmas then.
You too.
Thanks, everyone.